Live, Painkiller Already, episode 257.
We just want everyone to know that this episode is being brought to you by our friends over at Credit Karma. We're going to be talking more about them later in the show. There's a good link in the description. But first, I want to talk a little bit more about our second sponsor of the night, AppWin. So we're kicking off this PKA with a turning sponsor, AppWin.com. Here's a little bit about AppWin.com 2.0. AppWin is back, and it's better than ever. It's a great way to earn gift cards, PayPal cash, iPods, and more by simply reviewing apps. You get points by reviewing the apps on the App Store, and then you use those points to redeem prizes like PayPal cash, Amazon cash, and more. Holidays are coming up. That'd be nice. They've been up and running for multiple years now, but have just recently changed the concept to give everyone a better chance at winning the rewards. So go to appwin.com right now and review some apps, earn some points, and redeem some prizes.
I have a question. Holidays are coming up. That'd be nice. Was that an ad-lib or part of the read?
That was an ad-lib.
Oh, wow. Really?
Yeah. I was just thinking, yeah.
I like it. Yeah.
So we've got a very special guest tonight. We got John Caparulo, very well-known comedian. I think we're all at least small fans of you. I'm a big fan. I watched your special over there on Netflix, and yeah, it's good to have you on, man.
I appreciate it. It's good to be here. Good to be here. I mean, I'm at my house, but good to be on. Yeah.
Virtually here.
Yeah,
I
it's
feel
good to
like
be on
we're...
Skype together. Yeah.
It is. It's futuristic bonding. Yeah.
my first 4 girlfriends, I never met outside of Skype. So I mean, you know, we had great relationships. No, not really.
Wow.
God. Oh, that'd be so sad. That'd be so sad.
I would be really sad for you. I thought you were just exaggerating the truth. Did you ever have any Skype sex where you masturbated into the camera? Anything like that, Kyle? Don't lie.
Yeah, I might have done that before. Yeah, sure.
Once or twice. Always with your face off cam, though, right?
Yeah, sure. Of course, yeah, definitely so. And you know, so like, you know, you've got the multiple windows, and your window is just a dick, and her window is just a pussy, and whatever she's doing to it. Yeah, absolutely, sure.
And that whole middle gap is just imagination.
Sounds gross.
Yeah, you know, you got a long distance relationship. It's hard to keep the fire there. Hard to maintain fidelity when you're, you know, you've got people running around messing with you. Oh, I saw someone point out on the subreddit a while back that I was wearing a wedding ring a few years ago, or a year or two ago, and they were like, "What was that about? Was Kyle engaged? Was he engaged to that girl he was talking about that he broke up with?" No, I was not engaged. I will never get married. I don't believe in it. And I was wearing the ring as literally protection so that women would stop hitting on me online, because that was making my girlfriend very uncomfortable.
It was like an infidelity condom. Making you hopefully less attractive to all the harlots.
You're so wildly
let me get this straight. You believe in fidelity, but you don't believe in marriage. I'm just asking as a curiosity.
She believed heavily in fidelity, and I believed heavily in fidelity with her. And we both knew that it was a lot more challenging for me to maintain fidelity with the level of girls kind of hitting on me that there were online and stuff. So we felt like, I was like, would it make you feel more comfortable if I wore a wedding ring?
It's a challenge we all face, right, John?
I was like, I'd do that for you.
No, I haven't. But you know, I've heard that other dudes face it, and I'm jealous. But yeah, I'm at the level where I have to believe in marriage, I guess. I found a hot chick who wanted to spend her life with me, and I'm like, I believe the fuck out of that. So let's do it. So it's worked out for me.
Well, don't sell yourself short. I always thought, like, you know, once you're on Netflix, it's an easy street, right? You know, just
Netflix pussy.
If you can play a guitar, I think. But comics don't. It doesn't really translate, because comedy is one of those things. Like, you know, I noticed early on, single chicks don't really go to comedy shows much. It's not a you know, it's a date night thing.
You've never been to a Russell Brand show.
I haven't.
I think he is the exception to the rule.
There are certain, you're right. There are certain dudes, like rock star-ish, hot, like single dudes, you know, or good-looking men, you know, who do comedy, which is rare.
Would you want to go to a Russell
Chris Rock
Brand
has
show?
to be getting it thrown at him right now. Chris Rock just, you know, just had a divorce and everything. He's single for the first time in many, many years. He's friends with Leonardo DiCaprio. He's got to be getting so much ass.
He's also really wealthy. I have
incredibly wealthy.
Wealthy people are very attractive.
Without saying, yeah.
Well, Kyle, have you ever seen a Russell Brand show? Like, would you want to go watch that tight pants liberal dance around for an hour?
Dude, all right. So first of all, he's pretty out there with like this extreme socialist sort of political leaning. But I enjoy his comedy, and I like his silly accent. I really enjoyed him in Forgetting Sarah Marshall and Get It. And there was that movie he did, Get Him to the Greek or something like that.
That was really fun. Yeah.
I think I like him.
My bigger issue with Russell Brand is the way that he communicates with people, right? Like there, I don't know. I feel like you sit next to him and he's like, "Ooh, tell me more about you," and like with that like intense kind of eye contact that seems to be half show.
There's too much Russell Brand.
Yeah,
you know, like there's just
he only comes in one.
He seems like the type of guy who just be It's like, dude. I just can't right now.
Yeah.
I just can't.
I don't believe
like
you're that interested in my opinion.
And the way he says love when he's talking to you seems almost condescending, where it's like, oh, what's wrong, love? Like don't feel like you're too friendly with me right now.
You're monkeys.
Yeah. He was married to Katy Perry, right?
No.
Yeah, he was.
He was.
So he was married to Katy Perry.
Dude, get this. Oh, yeah.
Are you going to point out that in the divorce proceedings, if he wanted to, he could have taken a big sum of money, but he
turned down, I forget if it was $20 million or $50 million, but he was entitled to that much money. And he said, you know what? Nah, I'm fine. You keep it.
Well, that's good for him. It's respectable.
Very stand-up guy.
Yeah. I've got a question about hecklers. Comedians seem to hate hecklers a lot. And it seemed like even more. Now, I've never heckled a comedian, so just put that out there. But I was watching.
You're an adult.
I was watching your show, and I thought I had a funny line. Like, I know what it was. You were talking about something, and you said, "Because I could give a shit." You said, "I'll poop on their porch because I couldn't give a shit." And I thought, it sounds like you could. And I'm like, oh, that would be a funny heckle. But you would hate it. But what would you do with that? Would you be like, good counterpoint, or?
You know what? I mean, in the moment, and of course you gotta, I've done comedy for 18 years, so, I mean, I can roll with it. And I don't know why anybody would try to mess with a professional comedian, especially like a headliner. Like, I have a microphone. I'm louder than you. I'm just gonna beat you up while you're getting dragged out by security. So it's not gonna go well.
Yeah. And everybody's on your side.
But I can understand if somebody just wants to, if they think they have a good one in there that they can toss in, and if it goes well, usually we're not that upset. But the thing is like even when I've always said, like, I've had times like with hecklers that I've completely just destroyed them, and I can't follow it. Like, so like the rest of my show sucks because I can't reach that. I can't reach that high because the audience got so almost like prison yard crazy over you beating up this person that they kind of wanted you to check because they were being loud or whatever the whole show. So it's never good. I wish it was like,
well, there's like two different kinds of hecklers, right? There's the one heckler who's like, I'm gonna go fuck with John tonight. I'm gonna piss in his soup. And then there's the other kind that I ran into. I was at a Josh Blue show. He won Last Comic Standing, I think. He's a disabled comic, and I saw him in person one night in Atlanta. And outside the show, we were all lined up, and there was this loud lady. And I looked at my girlfriend, and I was like, she's going to be a problem. She's going to be a problem. I could tell she was like so catty and so like she was like so boisterous, and the way she moved around, her her body language was that of someone who was as comfortable in that outdoor public setting as she would be in her living room. She really felt like she could express herself and would get no repercussions. And sure enough, in the show, every time the guy gets to his punchline, she's like, yeah, but this and that. And it's just like, and he warns her like 2-3 times, and finally they stop the show, put the light on her, embarrass her. She starts crying. That was the funniest part of the night.
Yeah, that's great.
The funniest part of the night is when she started crying and didn't understand why like no one liked her stand up. And
that's the thing.
Out of time on those bits.
She thinks she's funny and kind of wants to get kind of close to the fire, but doesn't want to really get in. So it's like you have those sort of people who, you know, they're basically class clowns at a clown show. Like, it's like, dude, why are you, you know? But they think like they just want to get so close to the action, but they don't want to be responsible for, you know, if it goes south, you know. I mean, which is
I'm glad
a heavy job.
You mentioned that you have the mic.
It's even worse heckling a handicapped guy. Like, why heckle that guy? Like the guy with he has like cerebral palsy or something, and he's up there. It's not like you don't know. Like, he's gonna hit you with that knowledge and drop it and make you feel guilty. It's half of his jokes are about how he like is knocking things over and can't control his arm. Like,
he was in the Special Olympics. He's
on
got
the soccer
a great
team, I think.
story about that. Yeah. He's like, I'm looking at them and they're running circles around. He's like, they're not handicapped. And they turn around and they don't have any arms or something like that. But it's fucking soccer.
I'm glad you mentioned that you got the mic, because that's a huge advantage. Like, there are some environments, like I have this Minecraft server, and people will say awful things to me, like, "What do you suck?" And my jokes are lame. You know, so does your mom, but that's why I like her, right? Everyone goes wild. It's wrecked. It's crazy. I don't even have to be that funny, but because like it's my home court, crush everybody. It's not even fair.
At that Josh Blue show, I saw one of the most bizarre things I'd ever seen at a comedy show. So get this, and you've been to innumerable comedy shows, so maybe you've seen this before, maybe not. So the lights come on. We've all just sat down, and a guy comes out on stage and picks up a microphone, and immediately he welcomes us to the club, and he starts telling jokes, just pretty quick, rapid fire jokes. He does like 90 seconds of comedy, and then someone is like, "Hey, what the fuck? Hey, who is that?" And they run him out of there. Apparently, he had just gotten on stage and started telling jokes. It was not open mic night. It was he wasn't getting paid. They ran him out of there, and then the real guy was like, "Hi guys," and it wasn't a bit. Like he wasn't laughing, and the security was taking it seriously. He was like, "Welcome to the show," and sorry about that. And
were the guy's jokes any good?
Was he any good?
He got a laugh or two, yeah. He wasn't bad. He was better than some of the actual comedians. Although he did 90 seconds, and when you got 90 seconds versus 10 or 15 minute set, it's I guess you could be more.
Still, I just the I don't know if I want to say gumption or mental derangement to to do that. Like, to go, "Hi, thanks for coming out, everybody," and it's like,
he had so much confidence.
You're not one of the you don't belong to the club. Like, you're not welcoming anybody. You bought
It'd be like if you slid in at the hibachi and started chopping up shit and making that little onion thing, like the onion choo-choo train. Hey, what the fuck are you doing here? You don't work here.
Like when they announced the headliner to go. They say, "Index, welcome John Caparulo," and some other guy just starts walking on stage too, and it's like, wait, what are you doing? I'm him. I'm the guy they announced. Oh, well, I just thought I might sub in for you for a few minutes. No, I'm good.
I wonder. I still remember that guy's confidence though. He came out there, and I remember thinking, like, when he opened up, I was like, oh, this guy's got the room already. He's just bam, and he's got it. And and he really seemed like he belonged there. And then he was like, "Gotta go," and like fucking literally ran.
Maybe it wasn't his first night. Maybe he had done a bunch of open mic nights before.
Oh, I don't think he was a he
didn't sound
on stage guy. But he was not supposed to be there that night.
It's easy to be confident in that situation, though, when you go in knowing 100% of the time that you're going to get pulled off the stage 2 minutes in. Like, if you got 90 seconds of subpar material, you can just go out there and start spitting, and every second you're on stage is gravy, where it's like, I'm still here? All right, let's keep going. I got 30 more seconds. I better pull me off sooner. This is going to go downhill quick.
That's interesting. I didn't consider that. That is a good way, because doing stand-up is one of the most terrifying things I can imagine doing. Tell me about the first time. The first time you stood up in front of a crowd. What was explain to me how you get over that fear and how you deal with that fear.
I don't think you ever do get over it, because I'm not over it now. Like, if I have a set, I don't have a show tonight, but if I did, I would be, I get worked up. I get, it's not so much, it's not as much fear as it used to be. It's more anxiousness. But when I first did it, I mean, I always mark the official start of my comedy career in '97. When the first time I went on stage, and it went well, and I kept going. But I tried once in '94. I was only 19, and I don't really remember much about what material I did. I just remember there was some guy in the back of the audience who yelled, "Who cares?" And I still, to this day, think that guy's going to be there. Like, I still feel like that guy's going to yell, "Who cares?" If I don't get a laugh in the next 10 seconds, that guy's going to yell, "Who cares?" And I'm going to get booed off stage. So it's like it makes me a lot more rapid fire with my jokes.
I would be looking for that motherfucker. He's in your head. He still is.
He is.
He lives up here. Yeah, son of a bitch.
I saw Bo Burnham do a thing, and he wasn't really crushing it. And he's like, "Oh yeah, give me a hard time. I'm just a young guy trying to chase his dream." And it sounded like he stepped away from his bit for just a second, and it was like, "Oh, he actually is out there. He's probably 18 at the time, trying to chase his dream. Maybe go easy on him. That guy was a dick, John. Fuck him."
I mean, because who does it to somebody when it's like, I think I made it pretty obvious. Not only was I 19, but I was, I looked pretty green up there. And for you to just go, you know what, let's kick him while he's down.
And it wasn't Madison Square Garden. Back the fuck off.
It was Akron, Ohio. So it was
you say tomato, I say tomato.
Hub of the Midwest, as it's known.
It's where I was dreaming of getting to. Yeah, one day I'd be on in Akron, and I was, and then I left.
So are you out in LA now, or New York, or?
Yeah. I've lived in LA for it was 16 years.
What is it about comedy, like stand-up in particular, that like I see people who have accomplished a lot in their professional career, right? Like a guy like Joe Rogan, right? That guy's worth tens of millions of dollars. He's done sitcoms, he's done the UFC thing and whatever. Yet still, it seems like a huge part of his sense of self-worth is his stand-up. I think I could say the same thing about Chris Rock, the same thing about Seinfeld. These guys, they've done a lot and they have more money than they could spend. Yet the approval or the rush of stand-up keeps pulling them in.
Well, a guy like Joe in particular, he's somebody, I remember, like 10, 12 years ago, he was on at the Comedy Store all the time, and so was I. It was like, I wanted that dude's life, because, I mean,
more drugs?
Because he had, he was able to basically be so independently wealthy, and he was this immensely talented stand-up comic, and he didn't have to compromise any of his stand-up on behalf of the money. Like, he didn't have to work. Like, he basically fed himself and then eventually his family with other stuff that just kind of came along as a result of him doing comedy. But the reality is we all started, what we were talking about with stand-up being something that always draws you back. It's like, for people like us, I think, that's who you are. I'm a stand-up comic, so I have to do it. I mean, it's what I am. It's what I always thought I was going to be. I didn't get into it so I could, get into acting or something like that. I got into stand-up because I thought I was a stand-up comic, and I think that's what those guys are. It's like, it doesn't matter how much money they make. They still want to challenge themselves to see if they can still do it.
Is it the adrenaline that's kind of addicting?
I was going to ask.
It's all pumping, and
you want to call it that? As soon as you get a laugh,
you just feel great.
Yeah.
Is it an unhealthy obsession with audience approval? Would you call it that instead?
I would say every obsession is unhealthy, but I don't think it. No, I think you start out early on, wanting everybody to like you, and you want to be famous and all that stuff, and that goes away because you really have to care about the art itself to last very long. And for me, it's like, I used to play basketball a lot. Like,
Obviously.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at me, you're like, that guy can hoop.
I thought you were LeBron at first.
Oh, yeah, I'm dunking on a lot of people. And, but that's even, mind you, I was in shape at this time when I played ball, but I used to play basketball, like pickup games and stuff like that. And, I'd go to like, whatever, the playground court, wherever it was, either in college or in high school. And, I just had this sort of drive to I wanted to be really good, but I wasn't. I just sucked. And, I'd always have to have like tall guys with me so that they, somebody would go, hey, I got next game. And it would be like, they'd ask my friend Timmy to run with them. And, he'd be like, hey, do you have room for two? And they'd just look at me like, and
you're Timmy's and one at the wedding, right?
It's like, you better be really good, Timmy. Make up for it. But for me, what comedy became was like, it was like a playground for me. It was like the basketball court, except I could play. I could really, I could do all the things that I was lacking at a playground or whatever. I couldn't jump. I'd always dribble off my foot. That doesn't happen when I'm doing stand-up. I actually, I don't need Timmy. So I get to be Timmy, I guess, to a certain extent. So I get to, what's that?
Have you ever had a truly just awful experience up there where probably early, where it was just like, oh my God, I can't do this anymore. Like, it's just, you were so demoralized and like booing or people hazing you up there.
I stuff like that happens even now. Like, it's not so much boo. I don't think I ever got booed off stage, other than the guy saying, who cares? I don't think I ever got any real, angry heckles. But, I've had, because I care about it so much, I tend to, I really criticize it a lot more than, you would. Like, I would say that the audience, like, if comedy is sex, the audience is the dude, It's like it's easier for them to get off. Whereas for me, it's like, you have to hit a certain spot for me. And it's like I have to come up with something new, or I have to... I just have to really, it has to be a special moment for me to really love the show. So, yeah, it's tough. I generally, am pretty dissatisfied with myself when I go on those.
Do you go on those long, depressing road trips going from city to city, or do you fly?
Yeah, I fly. I mean, I always come back home in between them. But I mean, right now, like, that's been the past, I guess, 5 years of my career has been the road, which is, it's a necessary sort of experience for a comedian to go out on the road and be a headliner and, meet your fan base and make a fan base. But it's, it's not what I got in it for, really. So, I mean, I'm hoping to sort of elevate from this stage at some point.
Do you throw out all your jokes at a period of time, or do they, like, does it happen in phases, Like, so let's pretend you got an hour worth of material. Right. Do you ditch 10 minutes and bring 10 in until over the course of 3 years it's all new? Or do you say, all right, it's trash day? Usually for me, it's like, it happens like as a graduate. It's like a weaving thing. But I do, like, when I did my first hour-long special was basically the first 12 or 13 years of my career. 12. Was that called Meet John?
Meet Cap, yeah. Meet Cap, and I basically, I think I ripped the title off of Meet Bob. It was Bobcat Goldthwait did an album that I had when I was a kid. But I do a special, and then I basically want to start phasing out all of that material because I knew people would start seeing the special, in waves, and it would get more familiar, which people want you to do a lot of familiar stuff, but I don't like to. I don't like for the audience to know what's coming. So, I phase it out. I use some old stuff and some new stuff, and then gradually weave my way to all new stuff and then do another special. And right now it's different. I'm trying to do something different than the typical hour special thing, because I think that's getting old. So
are you on? Are you back home now? Are you on tour soon, or?
I'm home this week, and then next week I think I go to Lexington or something, somewhere. I don't know. I have to buy a plane ticket to somewhere, and then I think there's Tempe or something like that after that. But
do you ever contemplate a normal job?
It's not even possible. Like I couldn't imagine if like they if just stand-up comedy went away and I actually had to be somewhere at a certain time. Like I'm late for my shows, and that's the first place I have to be. It's ridiculous. So
well, what's the backup plan? Let's say one day you go, who's the Seinfeld guy who blasts through the door? Someone help me. I'm terrible with names.
Michael Richards.
Michael Richards. Someday you go Michael Richards, and it makes the phone stop ringing for 3 years. What now?
Me, I won't go Michael Richards. On a lot of levels.
He'd have told you the same thing back in the day when he was getting that Seinfeld money, but look at him now.
Yeah, but he was an actor. He's not a. He was just a shitty comic who was just trying to do stuff like that. Happens every single night on comedy stages all across America, where some comic who's overmatched by an audience tries to be whatever, subversive or whatever, tries to deal with a heckler and can't, and they say something, because if you make a racist joke and it's not funny, it's just racist. And it's the same thing with anything else, whether it's sexist or dirty or whatever. And it's like he was overmatched, but the problem was everybody was starting to have cameras in their pockets, and so it got broadcast across the world.
His problem was that he doubled down at every turn on that. Like, he was dropping a hard N with a hard R at the end, and he didn't just cut that loss and move on. He was like, you know what, maybe if I say
bam, rapid fire
4 more times, I can get him back. And it didn't work.
That happened in the YouTube world. There was a guy, and he actually came on this show to explain himself. He dropped the N-bomb with the hard R, right? The hardest of R's. And he and he like you're a because that guy's an effing and he later explained, he's like, look, like I was trying to hurt that guy's feelings. He's like, I'm not racist. I've got this Asian friend over here, this black friend over here. We play games every night together.
Right.
It was just the only thing in his head.
We play games every night. And you can't just collect friends like Pokemon cards and get out of jail free things. Like, no, look, I got a poster of Michael Jordan in my apartment. Like, I wouldn't have him up there.
Apparently his regular Halo buddies were of all different, creeds and... Is Creed? I don't even know what Creed means, to be honest.
The guy's saying basically, like, I really didn't have I don't have a problem with the guy's race. It was just, I needed to defend myself.
It was the meanest thing I could think of.
I panicked.
Right?
Yeah,
if he was bald, I would have called him a balder.
Exactly. Right. And,
I'm
that's
going with
the
it.
thing. You push a lot of people to to the wall. That's, awful things come out. And I just think that, I mean, when in the case of somebody like Michael Richards, it was like, I never understood why there's a certain few guys out there who, like, they become famous and then try to get good at stand-up comedy. And that's the most ass-backwards thing you could ever possibly do. It's like, you can't be, because you're going to go through awful situations like that, whether it's, that racist tirade he went on or somebody yelling, who cares? And, the difference between me and him when I was getting yelled, who cares? I wasn't Kramer from Seinfeld. So nobody gave a shit that I sucked. Nobody gave a shit that I failed. But when you are that guy, it's going to become a thing. And
they were being really mean,
too. Fail.
They're like, you haven't done anything funny since Seinfeld. Fuck you, Kramer. They were being mean about it.
Honest, really, not really mean.
They were being honest about it.
I forgive him.
Who else has tried to do that trend that you're thinking of? I know Michael Richards, famous, becomes stand-up. There has to be somebody else you're thinking of. I can't pull any off the top of my head.
Well, you know what? let's see, like Jon Lovitz has done pretty well. I mean, I've heard, you know, from what I've seen and what I've heard. I mean, he's a really nice guy, so I would never put down anything he did. But when I started seeing his name up at like the Laugh Factory and stuff, and I'm like, you're already famous, dude. You're already a regular on The Simpsons. You're already Saturday Night Live famous, and you know, like he was rich enough to buy his own comedy club.
Well, why won't you let him in the club? Like, it sounds like you're saying, you know what, dude, door's closed for you because you're already famous. No, I'm not. In my head,
I just couldn't imagine doing it in that.
If Britney Spears wants to get into stand-up comedy, like that's an itch she wants to scratch, then I'm like, we'll see if you're funny. You know, like. I doubt it.
No, but you're not. You can say that's your reation, but nobody's actually like, well, maybe she's got a bunch of gems up here that she's about to release. Like, really, you're just like, let's put Britney Spears up there.
If just so and so says they want to become a comedian and they decide to go to an open mic, there's not going to be a line out the door waiting to see if they're any good or not. If you have that much attention on you and the lights are that bright, you don't have room to fail. You know, and you need room to fail as a stand-up comic. You need room to fail in front of people, in front of strangers, repeatedly. And you know, it's not like music where you could just try it out in the studio. It's like you have to go in front of people and do it. And it's like if you become a name and a face before you go out and get into that process, man, it's harder. Like almost impossible.
You don't get to fail privately.
They're giving you too much love to begin with. You know, like, you know, you'll get like a big ovation to start. Like, oh my God, we get to see Britney Spears, yay! You know, and it's like, oh, she's terrible. Well, that's what a letdown, and it becomes too big of a deal too early on. I remember because I said I did my first stand-up, like I did in '94. It was right after my sister's wedding, and my mom told everybody at the wedding, like, you know, like basically I was going to be a celebrity, like the next month or whatever. You know, it was like, yeah, I'm on my way to show business. And when I sucked, when I didn't do well, it was a big letdown. So I didn't try it for a while again because it was it felt like it was too big of a deal and too many people knew about it. You know, my family, my friends. So when I went and did it again in '97, I only told Timmy.
Good old Timmy.
Again, but
I like
my
that
best
guy.
friend. I just told my best friend just in case, you know, anything happened to me. One person knew where I was, and I didn't tell anybody else, and I did really well because there was no pressure on me, you know, and I kept it that way for a little while.
Is Timmy his real name?
Yeah.
Cool.
Well, Tim, but I call him Timmy because that's what the high school coaches used to call him and shit. So I like to fuck with him.
So like a lot of people, or a lot of comedians at least, seems in the last few years, get really, I guess, in hot water for saying stuff that people perceive as offensive. Have you ever gotten in one of those kind of like embroiled in something like that, where someone was like, "Oh, John Caparulo is racist or sexist or some ism or anything like that"?
I don't think so, but my wife basically monitors my social media because I got myself
so
like
smart.
I got myself twisted up because I'm too sensitive, and the shit people say online, it just trolls bother me. So it's just like plus I didn't get into comedy to type, but I just like got myself into an ordeal once with. You know, some guy sent me some shitty MySpace message, and I ended up getting into like this like feud with him. You know, he ended up posting some like awful, ridiculous like blogspot page about me, and I ended up I spent like $25,000 in attorneys just to get it taken down. So it was it's best that I just don't read.
Wow.
Because if I get 1,000 compliments and one shitty thing,
can you tell me what the gist of that was?
Yeah,
like, was it family based, religion based, race based?
The dude basically was like, he was basically like, it was right after like my first Meet Cap had come out, I think on Comedy Central, and he sent me a message on there saying, you know, Some friends told me that I should watch your stand-up, and I got to tell you, you really need to do something else. Like, I mean, I have an hour special on Comedy Central. I'm doing okay, I think. And it's like, he's like, no, I should find another line of work. And it's like 4 a.m. I remember trying to call one of my friends. Nobody was up. And I'm just seething over it. I'm like, you know what? Fuck you. So I started messaging him back, and I'm like, you know what? You're right. I always wanted to be some punk ass loser throwing shit at people from behind a keyboard in his mom's basement, but I guess that's not going to work out for me. So why don't you tell me how it goes? And then I proceeded to tell him he should kill himself or something. I don't know, but it was. It was pretty.
So a slow escalation.
It got nasty.
And that was just the first exchange. Like, this went on for a while. I'm sure it got worse and worse and worse.
But the thing is, he came back at me, and then I tried to go back at him, and he had blocked me. And I was like, "Oh, bullshit!" So I told all my like MySpace friends to message this guy, and they inundated him with like just all this shit. So like. Then I didn't realize I had started an internet war, and I had more to lose because if I say bad things about this guy, it's like nobody's gonna care. But there are more people who know me, I guess, at that point. So it's like he put a page up that said that when I lived in Ohio, I was a pedophile and a white supremacist. As if pedophile's not enough, like somebody's gonna go, well, he's a pedophile, but at least he's not a racist. Wait a minute.
Only fuck the white children, okay? There are no minorities among the victims.
John, man, I've been called a pedophile so often, I just run with it now. I don't even disagree. Every time like Jared comes up, I defend him. Like no one stands up for pedo rights but me.
It's not a good approach, so don't emulate that. Yeah. Nobody's on your side.
I own it now.
Like you're winning the war.
I am. I own it, right? You can't hurt me with the pedo jokes anymore.
You should run for office with that mantra. I've been called a pedophile so many times. But it bothered me. I was like, man, I can't believe something like, my mom might see this or whatever. Like, I can't believe somebody would just put this on the internet about me and get away with it. Like, I was like, can we just call the cops? They can go. I know who did it. Just go. And it took a while. It was. It wasn't until I think I was losing money that my agent insisted on hiring a lawyer. So yeah.
One thing that I was slow to realize when you get into a back and forth with somebody is that fans can turn on you even though you're probably right. Like, like a fan says, hey, you're awful and you're a big stinker and poo-poo head. And you come back and say, fuck you, right? Then, people will not just say, yeah, fuck that guy. Oftentimes they'll say, look at how he treats his fans. They'll feel like I said, fuck you to all the readers. When it's like, no. This guy started it with me, and I'm not allowed to reply. And now I realize those are the rules of having an audience.
It's like you can trace it back. Watch the message, but look at see the the paper trail or whatever.
Uh-huh.
He started it, and it's like with calling me a poo poo head, and people don't. It's a losing battle. That's what I mean. Where I just I got to the point where I was so lucky to find my wife when I did, because with social media, she loves being on there and sitting with her phone in front of her face all day, and I can't do it. So she does all that for me, and
there's someone out there for everyone, even a racist pedo.
Yeah. I mean, if the last big thing you had to deal with was on MySpace.
Yeah, then you're doing okay.
You've been doing really well for the last decade.
Yeah. But see, that's what I know of. You know what I mean? Like, it's like I've never been on Facebook except to play video games and stuff. Like, because you have to have an account. So I have a dummy account that I use for stuff like that. But I've never actually gotten on Facebook and said, hey, let me look up my high school mates. I don't wanna.
You've never looked up your high school mates?
I have a couple high school friends who I'm still close to, and I still talk to them. But everybody else, there's a reason why I left Ohio. It didn't go well. All right, so
But don't you want to look at them and secretly think about how your life is better than theirs? I'm looking at you with look at that casting couch you're sitting on.
You start out that way. You start out going, man. Everybody who ever slighted me, they're gonna see me on TV and they're gonna go, oh man, I should have treated him better. And that goes away pretty quick because you just gotta care about what you're doing. And then by the time you get to the point where they would see you on TV, you don't give a shit about them anymore. So yeah,
you don't want to go back to the reunions just kind of like slide it in, like, yeah, I'm doing comedy. Maybe do you have Netflix? Like, I'm on there. I got a couple things on there.
Like Peter Griffin, go back with a cowboy hat and a helmet. Yeah, yeah. It's no. I don't go to reunions. I don't want, because they always ask me to like perform and shit, and I was like, it's not happening. So no.
So you don't go back to Ohio very often at all, then?
I see my family, and I perform in like Cleveland and Columbus and Cincinnati, but I don't go. Like, my parents still live in my hometown, East Liverpool, Ohio, but I the people who I want to have relationships with still there, I keep in contact with. Reunions, I don't need a reunion. We don't need to hang out and have drinks now.
Huh. Taylor, have your high school had a reunion yet?
Shit, I think I missed the 5-year one, so I'll just have to miss the 10-year one as well.
See, I went to the 10-year one, and I think that's the only one that's happened.
See, we had a 5-year one, and nobody fucking showed up. So the chick it's like the valedictorian, I think she's the one, or whichever, is the one who arranges the reunion. And because none of us showed up.
How big's your hometown?
Not that big.
Okay.
I think I graduated with like 1,000 people or something like that, maybe.
Oh,
but
okay.
she since no one showed up to the 5-year reunion, she just didn't do a 10-year reunion. There just wasn't one, and I didn't mind a bit. I was so glad there wasn't one. I wasn't going anyway, but I might have gotten shamed because I didn't go.
My hometown, actually, they did come up with. I did go to a couple of. They have what's called an all-class reunion, like in the downtown area of my hometown. Because it's one of those like Rust Belt towns that's it's seen better days, and they basically like have everybody who ever graduated from the high school invited back to the reunion. They're having another one again that I'm not going to in a year or so. But I remember I went to one in like 2004, I think. But I wasn't going to like show off.
Next year would be our 25-year reunion, and I'm curious about a bunch of those dudes. Like, I don't know.
You just don't want to go to see how many people you're better than, who got fat.
You should go and take like a census.
Like,
fat. Yeah, I guess that's different if you were the one who got fat.
I got fatter than everybody else, I think. No.
You win. That's a victory right there. You're better fed than those fucks.
I got that trophy too. Yeah, like Homer Simpson. Yeah, got a lot of cartoon references. But,
I really want to go to.
Back in the olden days, a heavy guy was a sign that you had money. That was an attractive thing. Men would actually stuff their shirts so that it would appear they had a belly, so that ladies would think they had enough money to be fat. So you never know.
That was like half a millennia ago.
It could come full circle. It could come back around again.
Yeah. I don't want to go to see the people.
Back like the Sistine Chapel had some. I mean, it's portly bitches on there, doesn't it? I mean, it's different. We had different concept of attractiveness through the years. If anybody's interested in history,
it's not just the people that you didn't like that I want to see. It's the people that I did. Like, I have people that I consider my friends from high school that I don't talk to, that I haven't talked to in years. I'd love to see them.
There's nobody, literally nobody there that I care to see. I really don't want to see any of them for any reason, really. Like, every now and then I run into one of them and I'm just like, hey, yeah, we spent 4 years in the same building one time. That was cool, huh?
Right. Yeah, it doesn't mean you're automatically gonna be.
Yeah, remember we sat near each other for a long time. Yeah,
You're right. Yeah, our names are both. Yeah, our last names both begin with C. So yeah, great.
We were tight.
Yeah.
And I see their kids and stuff, and like I don't have any kids. I'm not married or anything. I try. That kind of lifestyle doesn't really appeal to me.
Right.
Sure.
Right.
And, but when I see like my classmates with like their second and third kid, and he's like, oh yeah, she got kicked out of preschool. She's been biting the other kids, and I'm just thinking like, I'm so glad I don't have your fucking problems. I'm so glad that my child biting another child and being kicked out of a preschool is not one of the many things that I have to deal with on a daily basis.
Yeah. I just said we just had our first, and I'm hoping only thing I'm gonna go have my tubes tied. But yeah, we have a 6-month-old. I think you saw her before the show started. Yeah, so we're it's not something that I ever thought that I'd be doing.
There's like a 1% chance of impotence with that little procedure. They don't advertise that too much.
Hey, since you're a new dad, I heard a dad joke today.
Oh Jesus.
Okay.
What did the fish say when he ran into a wall? What did the fish say when he ran into a wall?
I don't know.
Damn.
Oh, God damn it, Woody.
Why didn't I know that?
See, they're not funny, and they're aggravating, because you're trying to legitimately guess the answer to it, and then when you hear it, you're like, well, fuck, now I feel like a retard.
Yeah, now I feel dumb. Yeah, I know. It's like, I didn't laugh, and I feel stupid.
I laughed. It was for me.
Funny,
so is having a kid just rough so far? Isn't it like the first 6-9 months that it's just hell? I don't know. I'm not gonna have kids, so
it's been great, really, for me. My wife sleeps in the room with her. She's breastfeeding, so I take on what I can. My wife's her family came out a few times to help out and stuff, but it's really all come down on Jamie, on my wife, as far as, the sleeplessness and all that shit that, plus she has to deal with me, which is fun. But she's taken on, I've just gotten to, I have fun until she starts to cry, and then it's like, here.
Yeah,
she
John,
needs your boob.
You were totally doing it right. This is it. They'd be like, "Oh, your kid's 4 months old. You must be exhausted." And I'm like,
Yeah.
Jackie seems to be, really tired.
Exactly. What do I need to get up for?
It is rough. I had to watch her by myself just 11 days ago. It was awful.
Well, that's what I stay up all night anyway. I'm a night owl, so like. At night, if I hear her cry or something like that, I'll go in if she needs changed or, and then just put back in bed. I usually go do it because I'm up anyway. And then my wife usually is getting up like almost right after I went to bed. So it's almost like, we handle each other's sleep schedule pretty well, So.
What kind of dog
like you've got it made.
I see an enormous dog in that photo behind you. Is that your enormous dog?
Oh, that's a basset hound. He likes to take a lot of fucking room on the bed. He likes to spread out. And
even his ears.
His ears. Got a real wingspan. Yeah.
It's Barney, and then the other one's Scobie, and then the kid's Madden. Yes, after the game, we're one happy, stupid-looking family in that picture. So.
Wait, your daughter's name's Madden?
Madden, yes, Madden J. Well,
it's creative, and it is after the game, I'm sure. You strike me as a football fan. You just look like one.
I do watch a game or two, yes.
Do you still pull for Cleveland?
I do not.
Good
I grew up a Browns fan, and I walked away from the Browns in '93 actually when and ironically enough it was when Burning Kosar got cut by Bill Belichick, and it's funny because Bill Belichick, I love the Patriots now, and he's the guy who really jilted me as a young football fan, but after the Browns debacle, basically, when they moved away, it really kind of sealed it for me, where it was like, I can just sort of, I like the game, so I can just take my pick, and I just follow my favorite players and coaches, So it's like, it's the same thing with basketball. Like, I like Jordan and the Bulls during the 90s. It's like, I just like, it's like liking a good band. I like watching them play and seeing their story play out, and then when those players move on, I'll find some new players to watch.
Being a fan of a team makes no sense at all.
Such a fair weather fan.
It makes so much more sense. His way makes so much more sense.
He's like, right. I kind of like Jordan and the Bulls, and now I'm a big fan of the Patriots. And you know what? I liked Miami Heat a couple years ago, but I'm done with that
now. I didn't like Miami Heat. I didn't like anybody comparing LeBron to Michael Jordan. Because I'm an old crank, but
very different players.
I see. If I look at it, if I say the New England Patriots winning somehow lifts me up, and I go and it goes, look everybody, yeah, Patriots in your face. I'm gonna dent your car. Then I'm a fair weather fan. I'm not. I'm just a guy who I'm a football aficionado. It's like if you like, when you, I'm sure if you name your favorite 2 or 3 bands in music, whether it's like the Beatles or the Rolling Stones, it's like nobody accuses you of going, oh, well, you only like good bands. Yeah, I mean,
Beatles or Rolling Stones? How old do I look?
But you know what I'm saying? Okay.
The Boston Pops.
Okay, so maybe I'm old. I don't know. I'm just saying it's But I'm saying like as a music listener, you typically like good bands, and as a football watcher, I like NFL history. I love like all the like NFL films and stuff like that. And I love watching the whole drama play out. And teams like the Browns, who have spent now the past 15 years back in the NFL, 16 years, and just haven't done shit. They're just like, you're wasting your time watching that game because you're not watching really
the drama unfold.
The drama is in Foxborough right now. It just is. So it's like that's where you tune in.
Let me ask you a question. Michael Vick, is he the most exciting player ever to watch on the field? Who's better? Who's better to watch go crazy?
Deion Sanders.
Barry Sanders.
Really?
Barry Sanders, Randy Moss, Gale Sayers.
Every time Barry Sanders touched the ball, it might be a touchdown. Every single time. I watched that guy
faster than Vic.
I don't know if he's faster or not, but the guy could
tremendous.
juke.
He was tremendous for a minute.
Barry Sanders.
For a minute, you're right about that.
I watched him break 11 tackles on a play. Every single player on the opposing team got his hands on Barry Sanders.
I'm going to find a Michael Vick video for you.
All right. I'll find him.
I remember they played the Rams in the NFC Championship and just...
Find one and see if you can do better than me.
There's no way that can last, because Michael Vick was, he actually got to heal up for a few years by going to prison.
Unfair advantage, I say.
Because you can't really, I always say, having your quarterback run the ball is like, it's like pounding nails with your laptop. Like you don't put him out there to get beat all the time. And a guy like him, who's really dazzling with all of his athletic ability, he's still gonna be. He's going to be hurt most of the time, and it's kind of a waste to put, that much sort of, brain trust in a guy who's going to get hit all the time. So, he's one of the best athletes, to ever, play in the NFL.
I think he was benching like 500 pounds or something like that. Just an outrageously, freakishly strong dude.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. What's with Newport News? I mean, really, like the way they produce athletes. I mean, between him,
his brother,
Iverson, and then his brother, was starter for Virginia Tech. His cousin, Aaron Brooks, who was starter for the Saints, and then somebody else recently, the guy who's Tyrod Taylor. for the Bills. Newport News. It's I couldn't imagine playing a pickup game there. Just get rocked all the time.
So are you pretty much all football and basketball, or do you watch any other sports?
I've pretty much just been NFL for a while. The NBA, after Jordan left from the Bulls, that's when I moved out to LA, and my dude, Timmy moved with me. He's a big basketball fan, so it kind of kept me tuned into like the Lakers because that's where Phil Jackson went to, and so I kind of followed their three-peat, and then I just kind of thought, all right, well, I like, Kobe kind of borrowed Jordan's game a little bit, so he's kind of entertaining to watch. So I would just say, well, I guess I'm a Lakers fan, but I didn't watch them. It wasn't like a religion like the Bulls. That was WGN. It was like 40 nights a year, so yeah.
I'm trying to find a decent quality video of Mike Vick. They're all so grainy or just terrible.
I would say the overtime against it was at Minnesota. It would have been 2001 or 2.
I found a Barry Sanders run where he breaks 8 tackles, but I've seen one on ESPN where literally every single player on the other team got their hands on him and he still scored a touchdown.
How does that even happen? How do they all find their way to...
The thing about Barry is he often ran east-west, and he would come right up against you and then juke it. The guys that run north-south and tend to break it open are a little different. He'd be in trouble all the time. He lost yards more often than I think other great backs.
A lot of yards. Yeah.
But he'd still have a ton of yards for the game and for the season. But if you needed 5, you might get 10. You might lose 2. They both happen. He always sort of, I don't want to say took a risk because he wasn't a big fumbler, but he was amazing to watch. Every play was anything could happen.
And Deion Sanders was just tremendous. The guy on offense and defense, whether it's running back kicks or he was, the way he invented the term shutdown corner. Like a guy who was just...
You just couldn't use that side of the field.
Charismatic. Yeah, you just weren't going to throw over there.
Don't do it.
And that's really... And especially with the way the defensive rules have evolved, even during his time, you couldn't really check receivers the way you could when Night Train Lane or somebody like that played. I mean, it was a lot more... the 5-yard rule after, you can't touch them and stuff like that. It was, you have to be just an athlete.
Every so often, football gets an amazing athlete. And to Kyle's credit, Michael Vick is one of them. Randall Cunningham was one. I remember Randall Cunningham would do, he'd do the kickoffs, right? They were just fuck it, let's let the quarterback give it a go. And he got a 90.
He did a few punts.
Maybe it was a punt.
Punts. Yeah,
maybe I'm mixing up the punt with the kickoff. But I remember he kicked it 98 yards one time. And to his credit, it rolled a lot. But why would you let your quarterback punt? You just fucking around?
Elway did that. Elway did that a few times.
But don't they have a punter for that? What's the advantage?
What they're trying to do is they're trying to make sure that the defense doesn't put it. They don't want to put in them to put in their punt team to have a return. So basically, it's they're letting them line up on defense, expecting a shotgun play that they're going for it on 4th down, and then if they have a quarterback who's a decent enough athlete, he can do what's called a pooch punt, which they just try to basically get one inside the 5 or whatever, to pin him down in. Brady did one like that actually back in
I should have known that. That's a good. Yeah, now it makes perfect sense. If you've got your quarterback there as a throw threat, then you don't get to put your best return.
Yeah, I'm not a giant football fan, but I've garnered that John has us all handily beat in this football knowledge, where it's Woody will be like, yeah, that time that guy punted, and John's like, that would be fall of
right.
03.
Yeah, that wasn't a kickoff, Woody. That was a punt.
I've always been. I'm not great at today's sports news, but I'm great at sports history. I'm and especially the NFL. I know. Yeah, I'm pretty good. I have it kind of locked down.
And just like everybody else we ever have on the show, I guarantee you're not a hockey fan, right? So there's not going to be no conversation there, of course. Of fucking course. We need to find someone. Yeah, it's got someone I can talk to about sports.
It seems just so frustrating to watch. Because I don't like to watch soccer because I'm like, somebody pick the ball up, please. Please use your hand. You have hands, just use them. But I mean, hockey is like that. Plus, it's slippery. It's like I just can't. It seems so difficult to the point of. And plus, I don't get the rules. I don't get the icing and all that stuff. I don't understand.
Something about hockey just seems unnatural because of the ice and the fact you're wearing the blades on your feet. I don't know. Kicking a ball around a field seems like something that could just spontaneously happen around here. We could all just start kicking a thing that's ball-like.
I feel like I can sort of get...
Never would we just happen to fall on some ice skates, get a bunch of sticks, some pucks, some nets, everybody get in their gear and just get on a frozen lake.
It makes sense how soccer and rugby just evolved into a thing, right? Like, all right, there's a ball. I run at this, you sort of try to stop me physically, and rugby evolves into a sport. Soccer, same thing, but without the contact. Even basketball.
Rugby evolves. Doesn't rugby? Does American football evolve from rugby, or is that? I mean, because they're similar in a lot of with the uprights and the kicking, and they just don't have a scrum. And
you can kind of imagine how a lot of sports turn into what they are, but hockey is just like no.
It's the curve of becoming a sport. Like with soccer, it's like here's the ball. How about we just kick them into these square things on the side of the field? That's already a sport. Rugby, you got it. Like, seems like there were a lot of trial and error for those Canadians up there who were like, we can't even stand on this, eh? Like, what are we supposed to do? Like, why don't we try putting blades on our feet, eh? See if that works it out. And it's like,
how many Canadians died trying to find a sport that they would be
Hundreds.
good at?
That is funny to think.
Who's that Canadian though? Like.
They were just tired of curling. They wanted something they could show off and be good at. And
hear me out. If we put some razors on our feet, maybe this will go a bit smoother, eh? Are you fucking
Your
crazy?
last 15 ideas have involved blades on my feet.
I'm bored already.
No, it should be real low scoring.
But see, I like watching anything like if I watch like a Wayne Gretzky documentary or something like that, like anything that's. I love the sort of the whole drama of sport. And I love watching something about that. I won't watch the games themselves. Like as far as the only one I can watch a game is football now.
One of the things I like about Wayne Gretzky is this, dude. So many child celebrities, stars, everything peter out. It ruins them, right? Wayne Gretzky was packing arenas to watch him at 12. Right?
Yeah.
This guy, people were Canadians loved him from the time he was a kid. He has been famous in his, circle since he was little. And he was
a little guy, too.
Yeah. Tons of pressure on him at 17. I think at 18 he entered the NHL. It might have been 19, but it's something super young like that. And he still kicked ass. He's 21 and he's the best player the planet's ever seen.
By an order of
Go ahead.
Oh. No, you go ahead.
No, I was just going to say it's funny that he came out like that, too, because, I mean, normally, when you look at, somebody like LeBron, I always thought, I couldn't imagine what it was like for him, because it was, right around the same time the movie He Got Game came out, he basically was living that story, and it's for a kid to have all of that attention and praise that early on, for you to still end up any good is amazing. Because, when you normally guys who have a chip on their shoulder from getting sort of the short end of the stick, like Jordan was, the whole cut as a sophomore from the high school team, and he just wasn't looked at as a big recruit coming out of high school. Still, he had a chip on his shoulder, and then still managed to carry that into the NBA with him. And Larry Bird, same way, or Tom Brady, same way. Guys like that who are sort of pissed off about the sort of the credit they're getting early on, use it to fuel their fire. And guys like Gretzky, it's you just praise from day one, and he still ends up being this virtuoso. That's amazing.
That is.
I have a little bit of bitterness towards Wayne Gretzky. I'm a huge hockey fan, but He dominated with the Oilers, great with the Kings, and then comes to St. Louis for like the tiniest bit of time. Immediately we slap the captain on his chest, and then he just is like, you know what? I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling it. I'm gonna piss on out of here. Fuck you guys. And it's like, he's so great, but
I didn't know that
something for us.
I knew that he played for the Kings.
Players and not one team, it wouldn't bother you.
I knew that he played for the Oilers. I knew that he played for the Kings. I knew that he played for the Rangers. No idea he was ever a Blue.
Yeah, he was. Very uneventful. Like, first day in practice, they're like, "Oh, you're the captain now," and he's like, "All right." Like, already checking his. I guess the phone wasn't around then, but.
That's why people get mad at Michael Jordan about the Washington Wizards. And it's like, dude, it's Michael Jordan. you know, get over it.
I remember watching those games with him when maybe 3 of them. I remember watching him play with the Wizards. He wasn't that bad. He could still get up and down the court a little. He
put up 50. He still did.
He was one of the top 15 players in the league.
On the Wizards, I mean.
Well, on the Wizards, not even 15 players. But no, people acted like he's terrible. But no, he belonged in the league and he was an above-average player.
Yeah.
But he wasn't.
It's a shame he didn't finish out with the Bulls, really. He should have just stayed on the Bulls.
And
that Bulls team should have just stayed together. No, I mean...
baseball.
He needed to go play baseball, but I think the time, when the Bulls didn't re-sign Phil Jackson and Scottie Pippen at the end of the '98 season, and that's why he didn't return. That's why he retired.
Now, according to Space Jam... It was, if I remember correctly.
I'm sorry. Your source is Space Jam. My bad. I thought I had good information, but you had a Bugs Bunny.
I am citing Space Jam. Right. Yes.
It is a great movie. So
I have it on DVD, of course. Yeah.
Blu-ray from me. So, Kyle, you spent
you won up to me.
15, 16 hours today in the car to no avail. So what you came on right before the show, you got on and you sat down. This is before John was in the call, but you looked livid. Like, I didn't think you were going to be talking this whole show.
Before he starts, I want to make a guess. It didn't fit.
No.
Okay.
So I had to drive all the way to Kentucky today to pick up something. I don't want to say exactly what I was picking up because it's kind of a surprise for later on. But I was picking up something that weighs about 2,500 pounds. And silly me, I thought that would be fine in the bed of my truck. It's a 1,500 though. It's rated for like 1,500 pounds, like 1,000 pounds, something like that. And this is 2,500 pounds. And so I see the thing for the first time and I'm like, oh shit! Like, that's a lot bigger than I thought it was going to be. But they've got a crane, not like one of those overhead crane things inside their building, and so they're able to hoist the thing up to truck level and lower it down onto my bed. And I'm just standing there watching the leaf springs go from like this to this, like they completely bottom out. And everybody there is like, dude, you can't leave. Like don't do it. Don't do it. He's like, it's like, dude, if the tire explodes, you're gonna completely lose control with this much weight on the back. He's like, the DOT will stop you if they see you. They're out because it's a holiday weekend. And I'm just like, I drove 7 hours, and all right, well, let me go see if I can find a trailer. So I went.
Sorry to interrupt. Why did you drive and not have it delivered? Whatever this is.
I wanted it quickly. I wanted it because I wanted it more quickly than they were going to be able to deliver it. It was important that I got it quickly. It still is. But in any case, I was like, well, I went to the U-Haul place. That guy was a buffoon. The guy that ran it, he didn't know the difference between the net weight and the gross weight. I was like, finally, I went, sir, you add those two numbers together, and they equal that number. This is not going to help us. I'm going home now. It was just frustrating the fuck out of me trying to figure out how much this trailer could carry. And it literally says it right there. But anyway, I drove 7 hours to Kentucky, realized I had to just go fucking home, and then I did. So I spent about 15 hours in my truck today driving nonstop. Got up at 4:45 a.m. this morning. Been nonstop going. I ate breakfast, but I haven't had a meal since. And I got here like an hour and a half late. So now we're doing the show, and I will have it delivered now. Since I went up there and like ruined my day, they were like, we'll get it shipped to you. We'll give you a rate on it too. And I was like, well, good, because I'm so curious. I the whole drive home, like I'm just.
But didn't you know that it weighed 2,500 pounds and that the number on the side of your truck was less than 2,500?
I did know that. I did, but I talked to 2 or 3 people, and everybody was like, "Well, yeah, it's not rated for that, but it can take it. It can take it." Everybody said it could take it. But when I saw those leaf springs bottom out, and the guy's like, "Well, you got P-rated tires here," and I'm like, "I need Wings of Redemption here to tell me about these fucking. I don't know what P-rated tires means." But they made sense to me. They convinced me that if I left, it was almost certainly death.
You need D or E-rated tires. P is passenger tire. You're driving some girly tires on that truck, bitch. Next time you get tires, D or E. You don't see me with P.
Next time you have something that's 2,500 pounds, get it delivered. All right?
Get it shipped.
Oh, UPS or whatever, man. Have them. What did you get? It was 2,500 pounds.
I can't really say, but I got something real big. Something real big.
Girl?
Yeah.
2 girls.
I got something real big.
A whale or something? Yeah, it's like, you're importing fucking orcas or some shit.
It wasn't cheap either. So I'd already paid for it. And that was the other part of it. The guy was like, he's like, I don't know if I feel comfortable putting this on your truck. And I was like, I called and they said it'd be okay. He's like, well, you didn't talk to me. I'm just like, I just paid $6,000 for this thing and drove 7 hours. I'm taking it home. And then they lowered it on the truck, and I realized.
Was it a horse? When did you go to Kentucky for 2,500 pounds? That's
well, he's starting a petting zoo, and there's a lot of stuff you need to get back home.
It's a buffalo. It's a buffalo.
Now it makes sense. Now it makes sense.
Next week.
So what was the dynamic in the car like with you sitting there sternly and your girlfriend uncomfortable in the seat next to you for 15 hours when you didn't even get what you needed?
It was pretty... I just played the radio. I listened to the Stern show the whole way, and he was interviewing Denise Richards, so that was interesting. I just pretended like I hadn't wasted... Not just wasted 15 hours, but really worked hard for 15 hours. Like, I would rather do just about anything than drive 15 hours. Like, my neck's all... Like, I'm doing this right now, and it's like crunch, crunch, crunch. It's all fucked
back
up.
Starts hurting.
I can think of...
Yeah, that's the worst.
And she couldn't even help you. Couldn't even bear the load.
No, my girlfriend's driver's license is suspended, so she couldn't drive a mile. Like,
I can think of fun things I wouldn't want to do for 15 hours.
Yeah.
I can't think of anything I want to do other than sleep after, a rough week.
Yeah.
For 15 hours. Like,
I don't want to play video games for 15 hours straight. I don't want to eat candy for 15 hours. I don't want to have sex for 15 hours. Like, there's nothing. Maybe sleep, like you said.
That would chafe. That would eventually give up. Yeah, at that point.
I watched all 3 extended editions of Lord of the Rings once, and that was like 10 and a half hours. And at the end of that, it was like, what have I done? Like,
that's what I do on road trips. I literally thought about that tonight. No. So I was driving back tonight, and in my head, I was like, 3 hours to go. That's like a Lord of the Rings movie. That's not so bad. I literally think of it in those concepts.
That's how I would think about work. I'd be like looking at clocks, and like, when I was a coach for a hockey team a while back, dealing with those little shit fucks who were so annoying and constantly cutting themselves on their skates. Be like, all right. I am basically at the scene where they meet the cave troll in Moria. I just have to bear it out, and I'll get through this. Like, what's happening now? Lurch just shot Boromir. Just grit your teeth and get through it. Like, just it's a good way to.
His name was Lurch.
That's what I do. That's what I do on airplanes. I just as soon as I get, in my seat, I put the noise canceling headphones on like you got, and I zone out. Like I'm in my own little bubble. And I'm watching whatever I have saved on my computer for the next whatever
hours.
Sounds
like cartoons for you.
It's pretty much. There's a lot of Family Guy, The Simpsons, and stuff like that on my that I have saved. Yeah.
I'm still angry about this day. I've never wasted so much time so well.
I wish I saw the truck. I feel like I'd be the one guy there that said, "Yeah, you're good."
This thing sat down. It bottomed out. It was done. The leaf springs were flat. Like, I was afraid that like the truck might be damaged at that moment. I was like, all right, let's take it off now. Fuck, that looked bad.
And
get a taxi back home.
The U-Haul trailers couldn't do it either. I mean, they have trailers that you can put cars on.
Not well, they do, but they've got. They're not.
It's like a dolly. It's like you drive onto it.
Well, they've got the dolly that gets the front end of the car, but the bigger trailers, like you're talking about, Woody, maybe, it's got a ramp and then like an area where the tires would sit, but in between there's nothing, just an open space. And the thing that I purchased is a very large cube.
Right. So you'd think it'd be spanning that gap.
Oh, not in a safe kind of way. Like this thing is like 5 feet tall. It's.
Is she on a pallet?
Is this a time machine? Like, what did you buy?
Yes, how'd you know?
You weren't supposed to know.
The fuck did you buy?
I want to type it to him. Can I type it to him?
Yeah, you can. Well, yeah, but don't give it away to the audience.
Yeah, John. So you understand this is a secret?
Of course. I don't know where I'll see that.
Between us.
Where do I find that?
It's you click on the chat.
Oh, on the chat thing. Okay, gotcha.
It's gonna be coming up.
Thank you.
But yeah, they had enclosed.
It's a nice way to be condescending. You click on the chat thing, stupid. What are you, my grandma?
And they had the enclosed trailers, and they could have put it in one of those with a forklift, although they weren't exactly rated for what I was getting. But then I was like, how am I going to get it off? Because I don't own a forklift. So I'm just gonna have to like drag it off or something, and that's gonna ruin the U-Haul. So I was just so upset when I left there. I wanted to yell at somebody. That U-Haul guy almost got it, and he was the most innocent of us all. Like he was just trying to rent me a fucking U-Haul.
So he didn't know that his day was about to get worse when you walked in, and he's welcome to U-Haul. I'm
the worst part
trailer. Well, I only work part-time, but let me do my best. Like,
I called ahead and I reserved the thing. I better check my debit card, make sure they didn't fucking charge me for this bullshit. I reserved it, and she said she wasn't going to charge. She's like, yeah, we have that. And she's like, I don't know what she said, like a 12 by 4 or 5 by whatever. She gave me the dimensions of this car trailer, and I was like, perfect. She's like, yeah, it's rated to 2,500 pounds or 3,500 pounds, I think. And then we get there, and like I said, they don't even fucking have it. Like it wasn't even a real U-Haul place. It was like a discount furniture store / U-Haul place. So before he could wait on me, he was having this long, drawn-out conversation in a very effeminate accent to a woman about how they don't make those in light oak anymore. You can't get them in light oak. You just can't. You just can't. I have that one in my house. And just on and on with this bullshit minutia about his oak furniture and the light oak versus the dark oak. And she's just... I can't figure out what she wants, and
just have no consideration for the guy
I'm on a time
seething. Yeah,
because I'm trying to get back here by 8 p.m. Eastern time. I had timed this thing out perfectly. That's why I got up at 4:45. It was like 14 hours of driving. I'm adding 30 minutes to each leg of the trip, the like leftover time, and they're just eating my leftover time all up. And there's traffic and real nightmare of a fucking day. It would have been nice to have a time machine. I could go back and get this day back, because I feel like it was just taken from me.
Yeah, no Fallout for you the whole day?
Didn't get to play any video games? No, it's been a real shitty day. A real shitty day.
Do you play any video games, John?
Madden. I play Madden Mobile now. I used to be big on the PS4. But that's the one that's it's since 91. that I've played throughout all the different, starting with Sega Genesis and then up to now. But yeah, I'm on my iPad a lot.
That's why I'll never play Madden, because there's some guy on there who's been refining his skills since 1991, ready to just kick my ass.
It's a lot of skill.
Those games are not fun to play against people who have been playing for a while. Like every time I play any sports games where I'm like, you know what, I'm getting real good at NHL 15. Maybe I hop online. I just beat the normal difficulty. Maybe I can put up a good game against this 13-year-old, and then you just get butt fucked. Like it's not even a game.
I'm pretty straightforward and honest with my game, so if you might lose if you don't know what you're doing or whatever. But I mean, I'll play some guys. It's like, wait, how do you do that? Wait, how does he do a cartwheel through my defense? I don't know. You can't do that. There's a code or something. But
there's always some asshole who's figured out like the overpowered play and just runs fake punts every down.
Yeah.
That's what. That was the other thing that's great about Michael Vick. It was I think it was Madden 2004. I think that was his, where he was on the cover, and it was outrageous. Like you didn't have to be good at Madden. You just had.
There was an argument back then when Madden 2004 came out, that between Michael Vick on that year's game or Bo Jackson on Tecmo Bowl being more dominant, and I think Bo Jackson on Tecmo Bowl I think won out, but Michael Vick was pretty tough on that game. Yeah, he was on the cover.
It didn't even need to be like a designed play. You could just anything.
Yeah.
I got it now, and just run to the sideline and then up the field.
It'll be like a running back play, and you just don't hand off and take it on your own, and it'll work out fine.
I think that the way they have the game now is it's different. But when we were talking about exciting, dominating athletic players, I still think Randy Moss he's up there. Because I mean, up until a couple years ago when the record got broken by, I think, the Broncos, they're the two most highest scoring teams of all time. The 98 Vikings and the 2007 Patriots had one thing in common, and that was Randy Moss. That dude, it was just, when he got on a team that obviously he was happy with the quarterback and all that shit, he just dominated. Like they would always just ring up the scoreboard.
How important is coaching in the NFL?
I think I guess it's tremendously important because of all the turnover with free agency and with all the somebody's got to be organized. Somebody's got to know. I mean, those guys needle every single facet of the game. It used to be like a gym teacher almost, like like they'd just be like, all right, we'll throw our guys up there against your guys, and whoever is tougher will win.
I'm glad you mentioned that, because my next question is, what sport do you think the coach isn't all that necessary in? Like what sport do you think that you could interchange the coach of a top 3 team at the end of the year with the coach of a bottom 3 team at the end of the year, and you'd probably get the same results?
Let's see. I would say
baseball.
Baseball. Yeah, it doesn't seem. Why do? Yeah.
Like
all right,
I don't need a guy to.
Yeah, it's like hit a home run.
Yeah.
What's the strategy for not hitting a home run? Yeah, I never understood that. Yeah. It doesn't. Yeah, they're baseball managers. I don't get what they do. No.
I guess I would like to have someone running the bullpen, making sure that we pull our pitcher out and we handling the rest in it. But that seems like they could almost manage that themselves anyway. Like those.
Right.
I don't know.
Like if you wanted a guy to steal home, like if you wanted to, like, couldn't the team just basically vote on it, like decide themselves, like,
get a huddle.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. All right. Steal home. Like, they don't need an old guy there, like, to make that decision. It's just like,
I don't know. Just as you cited Space Jam, I will cite Bad News Bears, which shows that you absolutely need a coach in the end. In the beginning,
that was about inspiring children, not baseball, though. I don't think that's
I disagree.
Fair.
He's the one who got lupus to really give it a go and finally get a run. Excellent movie.
I think maybe you would need like a hitting coach and maybe some fundamental coaches. But as far as a guy who's like getting a game plan together to beat the Marlins tomorrow, I don't see that being
along
necessary.
those lines. I feel like Wildcats has taught us how important a coach is in football.
What's Wildcats?
Goldie Hawn came in and coached.
Goldie Hawn, yeah.
You went with, wow.
Oh, Jesus Christ. You know the demographic of this show, right?
Oh, fuck you. It's more current than Bad News Bears.
That's
they made a new one. They made a new one.
It's all the rage.
What a fox, Goldie Hawn. Is she dead?
Yeah. She showed naked boob in that movie too, and it was really unimpressive boob. Like it was like why did you show that? Like it was her in the tub.
Who should have kept it a secret?
You don't need that boob.
Teri Hatcher.
We could have done without that boob.
Teri
What
Hatcher.
was bad about it?
Super hot until you see.
It was.
Teri Hatcher's 40-something. You're so harsh on these older women's boobies, man.
I don't think she's 40 in the picture I'm thinking of.
The one where she's topless on a balcony?
That's it, yeah.
That's a recent photo.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Well, then I should cut her some slack. You're right.
Yeah, I mean, those things can only stay up there so long. I mean,
true.
Smaller's better.
For longevity,
Mm-hmm.
yes.
Well, you could always get them tightened up every 5 to 8 years or something like that.
Can you? I don't even know how that works. I thought you get like one shot.
Well, if they droop, just pull them back. If you had some droopy titties, let's just imagine I have some.
Tell me more.
I have this whole time.
Yeah, I haven't stopped.
Take your shirt off, John. They just pull them back up and remove the skin that's extra, and bam, you got them right back up there. And when they do
until at some point the nipples are on the top.
No, you've got plenty of stuff to mess with, and you can move the nipple around anyway. That's not a big deal. They do that in breast implant operations.
They do, but have you ever seen those fucked up ones like that?
You want a professional at all?
Tara Reid. Like when she was doing that, like Paradise, like fucking show, like 12 years ago. And
did you see when her titty fell out
like one nipple was over here, one was over here. They looked like a cross-eyed cocker spaniel, just completely on opposite sides of the tit.
The worst thing that happened to her, maybe you've seen it. She's like at a red carpet or something like that, and her titty falls out, and she's just smiling. And the camera flashes intensify to a magnitude that she's never experienced before. And she's like, oh, yeah, they're loving me. Yeah, eat it up. And then somebody runs over and puts her titty up and then like whispers in her, your titty was out. And she's like, fuck, my titty was out. And it didn't look good either because, she had that wackadoodle.
I'm told that's all been fixed and that, it's okay. But
got a good source.
She was interviewed about it.
Oh, I don't trust her.
And but I remember she was dating Randall Cunningham at the time, and I think I have my facts right. And it was like, that's something about that was like, they kept that between them.
Randall Cunningham?
Tara Reid.
Do I have my
Tara
facts?
Reid was dating Randall Cunningham?
Oh,
I have no idea.
Randall Cunningham's like a Bible thumper. He's not. He wouldn't be hanging out with that chick.
Woody's known for getting confused with names, so this could be.
He'd be trying to save her, maybe, but I don't think he's
trying
dating.
to save her.
Yeah, he'd be the type of guy, trying to bring her to church or something. But
that's always uncomfortable. Do you ever have a friend who tries to slyly get you to go to church with them? Like they bring it up in conversation, and you kind of have there's no polite thing to say where it's like, oh, I had a lot of fun hanging out tonight. Yeah, me too, man. We should do this more often. Actually, every Sunday morning around 9:30 or so, me and a couple of my other friends that you'd like, we go to the church. My pastor's great. You'll love him. It's just like, next time.
No, I won't. We had that experience with the lady who lives next door. We my wife and I. This was a few years ago when we moved here. We were outside shooting baskets. I was losing at horse, and the lady next door yelled down to us something it was something are your dogs okay? I heard them barking the other day. It was some shit, and we end up she comes down to our driveway and we start having a conversation. She seemed relatively normal at first, and at one point she said that she was 70 years old, and I was like, oh wow, you don't look 70, and which she didn't. And she's like oh well, thanks, I whatever, I eat well, and then she went and well, the Lord's been good to me, and she looked up and pointed, and I'm like, shit. That's
oh, come on, Jordan did that shit all the time.
Yeah, but that was dramatics for a crowd. She was just with me. But so then my wife.
So if she sunk a 3 right before she told you the story, it'd have been all good.
But see, what happened was yes, of course. But
dominates you both in horse.
But my wife, later on in the conversation, offered her a one of my DVDs. To take with her, and I'm like, and I went, you said something about the Lord earlier, and there's a lot of cuss words on my DVDs. I want to make sure you're okay with that, because I wouldn't want to be rude and give somebody, a bunch of stuff like that to take into their house if that's not, what they want. And she's like, I said, you said something about the Lord, and she's like, oh, do you know him? And I went, fuck, this is going to be a long one. I'm like, I went, no, and I didn't want to hurt her feelings. I just was like, I'm kind of the, I don't know persuasion. And she's like, oh, you're agnostic. Well, listen, there's gonna be a rapture, and she starts sermonizing me on my driveway, and I was like,
trying to save you.
And yeah, and I mean, telling me about like, because every one of those people, like they always like go, no, I have proof. I actually had an out of body experience when she said she was like 10. I'm like, so 60 years ago you had an out of body. You remember it perfectly, huh? And it was just, I really was like, man, I think I'd rather live next door to a Satanist.
The Satanists keep their own at least.
Yeah, they don't have pamphlets. They don't have any. They don't want to. They don't recruit you for anything.
They invite you over for blood orgies or something.
They don't even invite you over. They just wear black and cats come up missing and shit. But it's not that big a deal. But this lady just I was so mad that I was so polite.
Did you take the DVD?
Just sort of, no, I didn't give her DVD. I just was like. I just remember like she sermonized us for a while on our driveway, and I was just like kind of going, well, but then there's science, because I didn't want to be rude to anybody's beliefs, but it was like she was so rude to mine, because it was like I made it clear that I didn't say I was open to suggestions. I just said that I'm of the I don't know persuasion, which means I don't know what's out there. I don't know what's beyond death. But also I failed to mention that I do know she doesn't know either. And and that's what really pissed me off was like people who are so gung ho over their religion. It's like they can't.
They have no respect for your belief system.
Internal. Yeah, and they can't like if I respect yours. Respect mine, which is my choice to not be.
Yeah, back off from it.
That shit.
Well, see, you broke the rule of you always, anytime that I can tell, it's just like a run of the mill Baptist or Christian. Like, do you know the Lord? 100% of the time, the answer is yes. Yes, totally.
Absolutely,
I'm on your side, and then they will not proselytize. They just go, peace be with you, and also with you.
Or tell them you're Jewish, and that'll
tell them you're Jewish. Or there's a nice little switcheroo you can do.
With you.
With Jehovah's Witnesses,
Witnesses
or Mormons. If a Mormon comes up to your door, you can tell them that you're a Jehovah's Witness, but that you'd love to talk to them a while and explain about your religion. If a Jehovah's Witness comes up, you tell them that you're Mormon and you'd love to talk and tell them about your religion. And no matter what, they won't be interested because they know that you're on a different side of that same coin. You're both the people who go around.
I just can't. I can't be like, okay, yeah, you're right. Like I can't just give them that. Say no, like I'm on the same boat. I believe there's a wizard in the sky who created all of this. Of course.
I'll praise him.
I don't want to give them that. I don't want to. I just think God is sort of is graduated Santa. Like you get to a certain age where you're too old to believe in Santa.
It's all based on a time when they didn't know where the sun went every night.
Right.
Yeah. They couldn't even cook pork well enough to the point that they were like, just ban this. Like, we can't even cook this long enough. Just get the shellfish too.
We had to get barbecue out.
Yeah, yep. the earth was flat. I mean, everything, it was just, it's like, and you can't like let go of these things. And like every time you come up with, because there's been all kinds of like proof to show, like that. You see Zeitgeist, like with the them saying how like the story of Jesus is very similar to the god Horus. That was like right where it's like, I mean, and the thing is it's all sun gods. It's all like they're basically worshiping the sun, and then it became a person, and it's just.
I never know what's true. Like I saw the Zeitgeist thing, and I found it really fascinating, and it was pretty much a really solid debunking of Christianity. But for all I know, Space Jam is a more reliable source.
So
I don't know.
I remember learning about Zoroastrianism in school, and that was one of the very, very earliest religions, and it's pretty much the same story as Christianity. It's and you go back to like Hammurabi's Code, which is like the first written law that humanity ever really had. There's a lot of similarities there between it and the Ten Commandments.
It seems to all be like, there's a man behind the curtain. Don't ask any questions. Just obey. and it seems to be a really convenient tool for those in the power, in the position to play God, on Earth. And it's,
Wizard of Oz kind of thing. You're absolutely right with that.
God is all-knowing. He's all-powerful. He's my friend, but I need you to give me money, right? God can't help me with this. Right.
Is that Louis C.K.?
I don't even know.
Oh, that's.
I think that's just a lot of people who.
Yeah, I feel like that might even be my own parallel thinking.
George Carlin did a lot of stuff like that, where he's in Zeitgeist. They do a sound clip of him in Zeitgeist where he talks about God's always broke. God can only talk to one person at a time. They always have these moments where God came to him and talked to him, and it's they're always by themselves. It's never, and it's how do you know it's God? How do you know you're not schizophrenic? How do you know?
Or it's not a demon. If you believe in that sort of thing, how do you know that?
Is that you, God? No, it's Dave. Oh, wait a minute.
Aren't you the devil? No, I'm God. I got some stuff for you to
exactly.
do.
No, the devil would tell you the truth.
Yeah, you ask them, they have to admit it.
I thought that was just cops. That's the devil too.
They have to tell the truth. Demons can't lie.
Are you an undercover demon? Fuck. All right, I'll go try the other, fucking dirt farmer 3 huts down the lane. See if I can convince him.
And there's, whenever I get into these little debates with my mother, for example, or someone, it's so do you believe in the witches, like the Bible says? Are there witches out there that we need to be vigilant about who might cast a fucking spell on me, turn me into Toad, that sort of thing? Devil-worshipping witches who get their power from him. Does that exist, Mom, like it says in the Bible? Yeah, it says, thou shalt not suffer a witch, something like that. I think I'm quoting that correctly.
I don't know. I watched a lot of documentaries, and I found one that was pretty highly respected, highly certified scholars have actually even narrowed down who wrote the Bible. It was this family of military people for the Roman Empire, the Flavians or something, that they wrote the Bible in order to basically maintain rule in the Roman Empire. And it's when you have these people tell you this, but it's no, I'm going to believe the guy on TV who wants money. Yeah. I'm going to believe Creflo Dollar or some shit, it's come on. Really? You don't think that guy has an incentive to lie to you? But these professors who've been just rummaging through books for years, they're what are they cashing in on?
We really have to talk to Dr. Chisagak getting the Painkiller Already religion up and running, because there's some money to be made here.
We considered getting our own religion one time because the
John Oliver inspired
John Oliver did it, and it seemed like the regulations were very loose. And
it's our favorite kind of regulation.
Yeah, we fit I don't know. There were these things you had to hit to get a religion.
We meet on a regular basis.
The enough followers, etc. We had all our bases covered, and we ran out of steam on that one. I would love to get ourselves a religion. That would be great.
The way that you're saved is you buy 3 T-shirts or something.
I call writing the Bible.
Yeah, I don't know which one of you is son and which one's Holy Ghost, but I'm totally fucking father.
You can take no. You know what? John has been
called
saying,
God.
There's a lot of plagiarism going on.
Yes.
Where, even the Christians were those Egyptians had a pretty good fucking tale. How about we just change the names? Nobody's gonna notice. They can't read those hieroglyphs. We need to branch out a little bit, make some new rules. The 10 Commandments that's old hack. That's shit. There's some in there that don't even make sense.
Yeah, some of those, we don't need 4 or 5 of those things, and we need to add a few more.
Yes.
Yeah, no idols. We should be the idols.
Yes.
Make idols of us and the people that we tell you to be idols.
I was looking at merchandise today. We should make bobbleheads.
You can't even really fault the people who exploit everybody with. You can, but the people who exploit all those sort of naive or dumb people with who want a God to worship, who want a pastor to show them guidance, to tell them that it's all going to be okay. And we're the only animals on earth who know we die, so we're afraid of that constantly, and we're afraid of what's beyond that. So we're always looking for somebody to tell us it's going to be okay or how it's going to work out in the end.
Or something to explain, like the idea that all right, so if you've got a bad life, if things aren't going that great for you, if someone comes to you and says, hey, are you down? Life's not going that great? Well, don't despair, because this is just a fraction of a second in the grand scale of things, because all of eternity is going to be spent in God's kingdom with anything and everything you could ever want. And you just have to, sign up with us.
Pitch.
Are you having a hard time? Is life not treating you right? Have I told you about patreon.com/PKA? For $5 a month, you get early access to some shows and eternal salvation.
Yeah.
We need to add that to one of the levels.
Everything's so easy.
Eternal salvation?
Yeah.
It's like, it's just so, it basically allows you to be stupid. Like, it allows you to just go, oh, yeah, of course, yeah, it's what I thought it was. Or there is no mystery to life, or there's no sort of chaos out there. It's just, it's all God's plan.
There's seemingly no need to keep reaching for an explanation once you have it.
The $3 Patreon level doesn't really offer a lot.
Jesus.
If we could add eternal salvation to the list, that might be just the kicker that some people are looking for.
How good do you think the first guy who maybe accidentally fell into inventing religion felt? Where he's going to his mud hut friend and is like, I've been trying to break out as an author here in Macedonia for so long, and I wrote this book. And people are buying it, man. Like, they're buying it. It's like, dude, you need to roll with this. Like, there's a whole thing in there. It's like, yeah, they're already giving me money. Like, I don't know. Should I just start? Should I pretend it's real? Like,
just write next to fiction.
See how far this will go. All right.
I just wonder, if Jesus actually existed, like how many times did he run the resurrection story? Like, how many towns did he go in and play the resurrection game? Like, it was like Ocean's 11, where, it's like, he had all these people mystified. Oh, my God, he came back, and where's all our gold? Like, they got robbed in the process. It's like...
Couldn't have been me, I was dead.
I mean, because there's no mass media or anything like that. So, how many... Well, or if you look at when they talk about he changed water into wine or walked on water, it's like, well, so did Chris Angel. If Jesus were alive, he'd have a show on basic cable.
He'd be on public access.
We talked
I bet he was not nearly as humble as people wrote him in. Like, I bet he was doing it almost like a stand-up comic where he was telling the whole story of it. There I was, one day into my hell venture. I can't believe. Quiet. I couldn't believe it. Satan was there. And then just gets through the whole story. I'll be here all week. And then just steps off, and that's it. Like, I bet that's more what it was like. Yeah, drops the weird
we talked about the convenience of the whole scam, right? Like, how the whole thing just... The fact that, the only thing you really have to do is sign up seems a little too convenient, right? Like almost every sin you commit is okay, is totally forgiven. The one thing that you can't get away with is not being part of my religion. If you make that flaw till the end, you're fucked.
Yeah. You just keep asking the Lord for forgiveness. You just keep you keep whispering to him at night before you go to bed and before you eat. And it's
so long as you keep worshiping him and sending me the cash, we'll forgive you indefinitely.
Yeah, there's no thought required. Yeah, it doesn't. You just go ahead and be stupid.
You can be running mafia numbers games, but just weekly confessions and cash, and you're good to go.
If there,
go ahead.
If there is a heaven, I don't think there is a hell. I'll say that for sure. I don't think I can't.
I also think there's no hell.
I'm
saying even if there were a heaven, the idea of a God who has a hell, who has a place like that, where he throws the people who don't kiss his ass, doesn't seem like the behavior that you would expect from a god, right? Especially not the god, like the one and only, like someone
kinda,
who should be
really like a sadistic dick.
Yeah, it's like maybe we need to talk to the devil, because I don't think. I mean, they threw him down there where they're talking about throwing me. Maybe he and I have more in common than that guy who's doing the throw and do. Maybe we need to talk to the devil. Maybe Satanism is the answer.
Maybe it is.
Put it on a t-shirt.
Those goats are a little intimidating.
I always think, like, I always wonder, like, I mean, with heaven and hell, I always think, like, hell is like heaven's waiting room. Like, you're
That's
sitting
purgatory.
in the waiting. It's like you're sitting in the waiting room for heaven, and it's like remember when Tim Tebow kept winning games, you know, and like all those fucking evangelical people were like, "See, I told you," and it's like, you didn't tell me shit. Fucking Marion Barber ran out of bounds. That's why the guy kicked a 58-yard field goal. I mean, you didn't tell me shit. But it's like you have all those people like walking past you in the waiting room going, see, told you. Yeah, it's Christianity. Yeah, you should have subscribed, dick. And it's like I got to get mocked by those dicks the whole time as they're getting into heaven. And I'm just sitting there, okay, great. All right. Thanks.
My favorite about the Tebow thing was the SNL skit where Jesus was like sick and tired of Tebow's shit. Like, you can't depend on me to bail you out all the time. 58-yard field goals. Are you serious? That's not easy to pull off, even for me. Like,
yeah, right. Yeah, I would think too. Like with if Chick-fil-A, like they're known for the guy being really religious. They're not open on Sunday. Mm-hmm. Like, what if one of their employees played the whole scam of like the resurrection? Like they'd be gone for a week, and they say, "No, I was dead." And, you know, come back, and it's like, it'd be like, oh, come on, that's bullshit. And it's like, you bought it once. I don't know why. Yeah. I don't know why I can't do it. You know, you seem to think it was okay for Jesus to do, but just because I work at Chick-fil-A, I'm a dick.
I'm gone for a week.
Yeah.
I come back with a tan. I was battling Satan in hell.
Exactly.
Exactly. You're gonna question it, really? You seem to, yeah.
You didn't question it in that old book. I can't make McNuggets for 3 days, and you throw a shit fit. But that guy...
Right. I'm fired. I'm fired, yeah, because you don't believe me. But it's like, you believe it was possible that it was something different then? No.
This tan is proof.
See, it's because it's such an old story. People can, like, they can outsource the responsibility of, like, well, it's so old. Like, back then, who knows what the fuck was going on? It's things like Scientology, like Mormonism, where it's so recent, where it's like, dude, there's like a picture of that guy. Like, that dude was on, like, he had a social security number. He was around. The Joseph Smith guy, like, he went to prison. Yeah. Like, you can look up old records, and it's like, oh, there he is. Guy was in prison at this time. Like he...
Or the Dianetics guy, right, exactly. Same thing with him. L. Ron Hubbard.
Yep.
Yeah, the guy who started your religion. It's like, okay, you actually have proof of him. You know, I always say, like, you know, I mean, if you really, you know, the lady I remember next door, I said to her, you know, when I remember I was kind of contradicting things she was saying, and I was like, how do you know this for sure? And she's like, it's in the Bible. I'm like, it's a book. I mean, it's just a book. And I mean, I could say the same thing. It was like, well, it was in Star Wars, so it must be. It's going to happen because it was in Star Wars. I mean, you know, I mean,
yeah.
Luke came out of Tatooine. It's same thing. It's just a story. It's a book. Anybody could have written that. Why is it that it's like we just have to? And it's not. It's just it's all one big scam.
Yeah. Like, the Bible got so out of control sometimes that they had to have, like, councils, like the Council of Nicaea or whatever, where eventually all the church leaders were like, all right, guys, this is getting fucking ridiculous. Like, we all got to meet and hash some of this stuff out. All right, this story about Jesus with the goat, no. Yeah, but I omit it. Like, they had to reformat it. Like, they had to make the, you know, updated, you know, 541 AD edition. Just so
the New Testament. Like, wait, what happened to the old one?
No.
I can't see both sides of this issue.
That one doesn't count.
My challenge is I can't see both sides of this issue. It feels like if you're a Christian, to me, and I know this is insulting for some, it feels like you've just never thought critically about it. Because if you did, you'd say, well, there's like so totally no evidence supporting this. Or the evidence that you have is so full of holes that they'll be like, yeah, he is a real guy. No, I'm not saying that he was never real. Jesus, this is. I'm just saying that all that other shit appears to be made up and there's no evidence for it.
Let me ask you a question, though. Have you ever seen the episode of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia where Mac proposes a pretty interesting hypothesis, and really turns everybody around. He explain, he picks apart of evolution. Have you seen that one?
Yes, it's ludicrous.
Oh, come on! Have you poured through the data?
Yeah. Have you personally poured through the data?
That's what it got down to. Like he's like, there are volumes of data that back up every claim I've made. He's like, really? Have you poured through the data yourself? We said, well, I haven't looked at it myself. Oh, really? So you might say you're basing your belief in evolution on faith? Yeah. They were like, oh, all right, I'm on the fence. And everybody moves back to the literally to the fence between the two, not knowing evolution or religion.
It's not that hard.
But it's easier to have faith. It's easier to have faith in a Rhodes Scholar than it is to have faith in
the creator of the universe
who lived 2,000 years ago, or however many million, or 6,000 years ago. Come on, I mean,
so you ask.
It's It's just, it really is. It's like, I keep an open mind. You know what? Somebody might figure out scientifically that, the human race did start 6,000 years ago by aliens who landed on this planet, and we just, grew from there. Who knows? I'm willing to hear that sort of, whatever evidence they have, whatever theory they have. I just can't. I can't buy into the whole I'm locked into this is how it is, and fuck anybody who tells me different, because they're wrong.
Yeah.
And it's like, come on, man, you don't know. I think
that defensiveness is a lot just because, like, you don't want to turn around and look at it. Like what he was saying, like, you just haven't looked at it critically. Like, I would agree with you there. Like, a lot of the religious people, it's not that they're too stupid to see through it if they wanted to, because they look at smart. Islam and Mormons and other religions, and they clearly poke holes in that using rationality and logic.
Yeah, they look at that book and
it's too scary.
Yeah, they're very, very, they have a lot of, they're able to take that book, and it's almost like, I feel like those people take their religious knowledge and use it. It's like they know I'm not going to check their work on it. I mean, it's like, like if you look at Corinthians 45:24. And they know I'm not going to go home and look up fucking Corinthians, but they tell me that shit because they can. And it might, I might look it up in the Bible and go, wait, it doesn't say that at all. It's rules for fucking 5-card poker or some shit, like, See, I mean, it just doesn't, it's just all shit.
That's something that bothers me a little bit about, like, the whole, because I, like, had to go to a private school for a while where all the religion was pushed so hard, and, like, teachers and shit, they try and make you memorize Bible stuff, and they thought that, like, you could tell, like, the glint in their eye of, like, I am holier than thou, and they'd be like, but as Christ said, but you before me, so saith the Lord, James 2:21, and it's like, fuck you for acting like this is such a big deal that you memorized one line from a book. It's like, and on page 60 of Lord of the Rings, a wizard is never late. Nor is he early.
Exactly, yeah.
He arrives precisely when he means to. Like,
how is that different? Yeah.
Hey,
you're right.
I think I want to use that as a counter someday.
It's like you have to figure that it's like the people who push this sort of thing have something to gain from it. And, I saw, like, it was one of the things I was watching, like, that essentially the whether it was Babylon or it was the Roman Empire or now, there was the British Empire, then here, it's been the same essential family of people who are going from place to place to place and pushing this sort of, rule by faith. So that because they have to, people have to assist in their own oppression. And that's what they do. Religion is such a powerful tool because it's like, it's one person telling another that they know something that they couldn't possibly know, but they use it. It's like, I'm willing to lie, but you're not. Sort of thing. And it's kind of like, I mean, whether it's it's the same thing because when you look at it, the pattern's the same. Like, because if you look at the whole story with the Bible or sort of like the scientific explanation of things. Evolution might be wrong, but as a theory, as a whole, but it makes more sense than the Bible. Like, just like so-and-so's theory about, like, say, the JFK assassination or 9/11, those things, they might be wrong, but it makes a lot more sense than the official story does. So it's, it's like, it seems like there's always somebody with a vested interest in getting you to believe the official story, to get you to go where they need you to go, or act the way they need you to act.
At least people now can read for themselves. Can you imagine how easy it would be back in the day, like 600 years ago, when you were the priest or the pastor? It's like, it says right here, 10% of your money. You go ahead and look. Oh, you can't read. Well, shit. Well, you're going to have to take my word for it or go to hell. It's your choice. Totally up to you. I'm just the messenger. It's like, well, fuck.
And it's like the entire human race is like, it's like, the human race sort of has to mature as a whole. It's like kids believing in Santa Claus or something like that. Like, the human race was a little kid at one point. And it's like they didn't have any reason to doubt bullshit. But it's like, we all have to grow up at some point and stop believing in fucking fairy tales and, start to look at things like adults. Yeah, just be an adult. I mean, it's not that big a deal. It's like just have an open mind and be critical. Think critically.
Who are your favorite comedians who are out there right now?
Well, we were talking about Joe Rogan earlier. I just love Rogan. Bill Burr is a tremendous comic. Let's see. I did a tour with the Vince Vaughn tour. I did that with Sebastian Maniscalco and Brett Ernst. Those guys are both really funny comics. Al Madrigal. Chris Rock is still great. Dave Chappelle's still great.
What's more important, writing or delivery?
Louis C.K. Sorry. He's both. It really is.
Gun to your head.
I think. I guess. I write on stage. I sort of write on the fly. As when people are, with the sort of the heat coming on me, I write in that sort of the heat of the moment with the pressure on me to come up with something funny. But other people write on a notepad or anything else. That's how I write. I've been lucky enough that I have sort of a distinctive voice to begin with. So it's like I sort of had delivery and shit, like timing and delivery. I just sort of had that naturally. So it just came down to, writing, I guess, for me, like where, I just want to come up with new stuff all the time.
What were you like in high school? We talked a little bit about reunion stuff. You weren't the class clown. You weren't this popular guy that everyone loved spending time with.
Right?
I got officially voted class clown with my buddy because we did like a closed circuit TV show in high school. Like me and my friend Neal were, so it was like it was a co-class clown thing. But I wasn't a clown, like being just a pain in the ass or anything like that, as far as like with the teacher or something like that. I was just, if I was in a relaxed environment and I could get in a good line here and there, in class, I would. But for the most part, it was just like I started finding out pretty early on, like around 13, that I could tell stories and retell them with better punchlines and shit. Like to adults, and I just realized I had sort of a talent for it. So I was pretty funny as a kid, I guess. That's what I'm saying. No, I think I just really was. I knew I wanted to do this for a long time.
Do you ever tell people who aspire to be comedians to just quit, that you're not fucking funny? Like, no. It's easy to be like, keep working. You'll get it. Write harder. No. This is a long haul. You don't say like, dude,
I,
not everyone should be a comedian.
I try to be as, I mean, I try to be as honest with people as I can be. That, I don't want to be a dream crusher, though. So, if somebody's, I feel like at some point, it's kind of like with audiences, too. It's like you hope that they figure it out for themselves by the response that they're getting. So it's like, if you're not doing well as a comic, then it should just, the writing should be on the wall at some point that it's not working out. But, only you can decide when that is for you, when it feels like, you just, you should hang it up. But, there's been a few guys that I've seen along the way that I've wanted to, but it's their life, and I can't do that. I can only be encouraging.
Okay.
Have you gotten a chance to work with like Louis C.K. or Bill Burr or any of those guys?
I know Bill pretty well. From the Comedy Store. He's just a really smart, funny, and incessantly hardworking comic. Louis C.K. I didn't really know much about Louis C.K. other than, I just really didn't know much other than, I knew he was good. I knew he worked with Chris Rock years ago, and then his most successful sitcom, Louis. My wife kind of pushed me to watch that. She's like, I think you'll really like it, and I did. It's pretty much the only live action sitcom that I watch. But I think he's a genius. He really, what he did with his show kind of broke down a lot of barriers for comics to come, because I went through development with networks and shit for a few years a while back, and it sucks trying to develop a sitcom with those people, because you're trying to develop this sort of, everything's got to be, well, we got to do, make the wacky neighbor and the parent figure or something like that. You're just inventing all these characters that aren't even in your act, because a stand-up's act is basically, this happened to me today. Like your thing, like with what you had to do today for 14 hours. That's a comic's day, where it's like, you yourself happen to be with your girlfriend, today, but some days your girlfriend might not be with you for that adventure. So you can't always say that she's always going to be in every episode or something like that. And Louis' show is perfect, where it's like it's a comic's life, where I woke up today and this happened, and sometimes his daughters are in there, sometimes other comics are involved, doesn't matter, but it's him. And because stand up can be a lonely existence at times, but he's perfectly captured it, and I think he's kind of set the bar for people to go, okay, you don't have to be like, say, Seinfeld doing a TV show or whatever. So
I feel like success can't be good for a comic like that, though. I feel like, especially in Louis C.K.'s case, like, he's so famous now, I feel like it's hard for him to get out there and like observe the public and actually be a fly on the wall. And he's so famous and rich that I feel like a lot of the everyday quibbling issues, like my issue I had to go through today, Louis C.K.'s can't afford to like get some people to handle some shit like that.
Pay his way around that. Yeah,
it doesn't matter what the payload of Louis C.K.'s truck is; it'll just happen. So there'll be some staff that'll take care of it.
I think what he talks about on stage sort of evolves, and he might start talking about bigger issues. Like the whole religious thing that we were talking about, or whatever, like things that have, because you build up a credibility or a respect factor with the public, so your image becomes such that you can maybe attack certain issues that you couldn't when you were less widely known. So, I don't think, somebody was talking about like some comic had a private plane, and it's like, if you own a jet, what are you gonna complain about? Like what's funny? You can't even complain about flying anymore. It's just like everything's good. So it's success can be sort of counterproductive to good art. That's why usually the best artists, I mean, they put their best stuff out on the way up. But if you have a gradual progression, like, comics like Louis or Bill Burr or Jim Gaffigan is a really good comic. Guys who sort of hit their stride in their 40s.
Gaffigan's got a show now.
Because you have to be around for a while. I had a development deal for my own show back when I was 28, 29. And it's like, what was I gonna do? What was my show? What was that gonna be? I didn't even have a fan base at the time, so what was the point?
I feel like,
and it's like, it's you just have to sort of grow into the.
I watched Bo Burnham a little bit, and he's clearly a smart guy, and some of his stuff is funny. But maybe it's just hard because I'm twice his age to be like, to find any insightfulness out of it.
Right.
Whereas, give him some time.
I don't think he hasn't probably at this point. Yeah. Because you can't get that. That's the thing. For a guy like him, we all want to get, we all want to be really successful with our art, and, we want to be world famous tomorrow or whatever. But, the journey is very important and very essential to making art that's worth a shit. You can't be 25 and really understand all about what life is and be able to talk about it and be able to have people who are, say, 50 respect your views on it. It's just it's something that you have to grow with, so no offense to 25-year-olds. It is.
So none taken.
Oh, trust me, 25-year-olds are not easily offended nowadays. You'll be fine.
You know what? As you were saying that, I put up a blog, and I was just kind of reiterating that other gentleman's points that you are a pedophile and a racist. So, I'll see you in court.
Has that been a thing you bumped into yet? Like, I've heard some comics say they don't play colleges anymore. There is this stance now that seems more popular among young people than the young people of earlier generations, in that, like, being offended is a position of strength. You've offended me. Now you need to do something about how you've offended me. Yeah,
right.
You better start groveling.
That open letter to Seinfeld, that girl at some college, like he performed at a college, and some girl like
so passive.
Hey, come on, man! Like college students, I've noticed. I don't do that many college shows because I've never really. I mean, I've had a few decent experiences with them, but for the most part, kids are the most uptight people really to perform in front of, because they don't know what's okay to laugh at, and they haven't been through all of the experiences that you're talking about. So they're just it's almost like they get offended, but like Seinfeld said, they get offended, but they don't even know what they're offended about. So they're just yelling because they think they're supposed to be offended.
My daughter's 16, so look forward to this. I went to the eye doctor this morning and I got a prescription, and I have some mild amount of double vision, and so there's like a prism that like puts it back into alignment. It should make life just less stressful. Anyway, she looks at my prescription and says, "Oh, I see you don't have any prism." And I was like, "Actually, I do. I think maybe you just don't know how to read an ophthalmologist's prescription." And she's like, "How dare you?" Really? How dare I? You're 16. You have no training. You're a junior in high school, and you took offense to that? I think if they turned around to me, I'd be like, "Yeah, you're probably right. I don't know shit about it."
I just know I don't see real good, and the doctor told me this.
Right. Yeah.
And she looks it over more carefully and spots it or something, and then there's like this discussion between my wife and I on whether or not I need to apologize for accusing her of not being able to read
Your
a
wife wants
prescription.
you to do an awful lot of apologizing.
Fuck that. I was like, no way. No way.
Yeah.
Forget it. Why is everything always me, like, groveling or something?
Yeah.
And she's like, you're grumpy. Really? I just...
Send the rest of the family to go live in the guest house for a couple days. And see.
I'm in the Chiz house.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I can understand mutual contrition. You know, if your daughter also wants to say, you know what, I'm sorry that I got. You know, I mean, I think that people could really, you know, there's sort of something that's lost there where nobody can ever admit that they're wrong, you know, and admit that maybe you're right or maybe we were both wrong or whatever. Like just relax.
My
man.
issue
You
is
know, like,
being offended is viewed as a position of strength. And I just
Yeah.
want to be like, fuck you, and you're being offended. Now, this isn't geared towards Hope. It's more of a wider thing. But
I did tell your daughter to go fuck herself.
you in particular. But no.
Wait till she's 18. Of course.
It's more the whole like population and like all these kids at Yale saying that they're not happy, and the kids in Mizzou wanting their safe space and this and that, and it's like, you know, like you not being happy that someone's not cracking down on Halloween costumes. Your being offended is not a position of strength. Go take a hike, jump in a lake, pound sand, whatever your 1920s don't bother me thing is.
Yeah.
I just like, you know, being offended. Let's all nationally or internationally agree. Being offended is not a position of strength. Work it out yourself.
Well, yeah, and constantly, it's like, and the thing is, you know, especially with you can't legislate away. You can't get rid of free speech. Free speech, like even if somebody's wrong, like you're allowed to say dumb shit. Like you're allowed to do that if you're just that dumb, or if you're that racist, or if you're that sexist, if you're just that clueless, you know, I don't know. I never agreed with what the shit that Donald Sterling said, but he was in his house and he shouldn't lose. I didn't think he was a good owner either, that he was bad for the league, but I also didn't think that should be what got him ousted from the league. You know, he's allowed to say whatever dumb shit he wants, because we have the First Amendment. We're supposed to be able to, say whatever right or wrong shit that we want to say. But you can't just. I hate like when people take it as a victory when we sort of have this sort of public witch hunt where it's like, oh, so and so said this. You know, and we got him. We had the commissioner of the league take away his franchise. Like we always have like a higher authority.
The president of that college, right? He lost his job. He had to resign because kids were offended.
Right, and it's like what you're allowed to say what you want. You're also allowed to get offended. It's like somebody's just, if you're gonna get offended, you're going to get offended. That's allowed to happen. I mean, some shit's just offensive. And, you know, for anything to, you know, in comedy, it's really dangerous in comedy because it's like anything that's funny is going to offend somebody. I mean, it just is, you know, because that's what makes it it makes it funny. You know, it puts the edge on it and makes people sort of like go, oh, gosh, you shouldn't have said that or whatever. And if you take that away, if you just keep, you know, saying, no, you can't say this, you can't say that. Yeah. I mean, people are going to be really, really regretful, like when they get all these like little victories over who they consider to be bad people, saying this, that, and the third, having bad shit happen to them. That same law is going to apply to shit that they don't think is harmful to say, and it's just going to work its way back into your world and your vocabulary, and it's just going to fuck everything up.
It's like different standards for different kinds of art too. Like as a comedian, it seems like you're held to a higher standard. Like you can't joke about, like you can't make a rape joke or a wife beating joke or something, but an actor who plays a rapist or a wife beater really well, they'll be like, my God, so compelling. Bring him on stage. Come on, everybody, give him. It's like why is that okay? Like acting it out, that you can't make a joke about it or bring something fun.
One of the funniest comics, actually, I didn't mention, Neal Brennan. He was a co-creator of Chappelle's Show. He does stand up, and he's a brilliant writer. Some of his comedy, some of his bits and stuff like that. Because I go after him a lot at the Comedy Store when I'm there, and it's tremendous. And he did a bit, I don't know if he did in his last special, but it was about the N-word. And I say the N-word. He doesn't say the N-word. He says the word, and he says it a couple times in the bit. But the bit is so brilliantly done that if anybody who takes the moment to listen to the entire thing will understand that, if you're reasonable. And I remember one night I was going after him at the Comedy Store, and he started into the bit. And the first time he used the N-word, there was a black girl in the back, she was maybe in her early 20s. She just went, "No," and it was like, what? Everybody just kind of, and she's like, and he's like, no, wait, trust me, it's funny. And she's like, "No," and she just went, "No," and he ended up having to back off the bit and not do it. And I understand why he did, because
she's a crybaby. She's a crybaby.
Exactly. She decided that bothered her, and she wasn't ready to see where he was going to go artistically with this.
And nobody else could either.
This is a guy who's introduced as co-creator of the Chappelle Show. He's well known to have at least one black friend. So he
probably more.
You can maybe give him a little creative leeway here, just to see where he's going, and let him do the whole thing. Because it's like, if he does the whole thing, he's an artist. He's a great artist, and it's like, if you're not willing to get a little uncomfortable, then you shouldn't come out. You just shouldn't come out, because you're fucking up the party for everybody else. Because everybody else got deprived of that really, really brilliant piece of comedic art that night. Because that one girl decided that it was probably going to offend her.
Yeah.
Yeah, people suck.
It's such a douche move to shut everybody's entertainment down, because it's like,
right.
You know what, this kind of tramples on my emotional garden a bit, and so nobody else can hear it.
Yeah, she doesn't get up and leave the room, and wait for the next comic. She's like, no, nobody's allowed to hear this. No. Mm-hmm. And it was like, I was so mad. I was so mad on his behalf that night.
I bet it set up the room great for you. Everybody.
Oh, yeah. Which I always like going up in an uncomfortable situation, because it's just like, like if you're at a family reunion and your dad punches your grandma or something, and then somebody's got to come out and go, well, who wants cake? That's what the next comic is after a disaster. It's like, the person who went after Michael Richards. It's like, who wants cake? Whoever followed him that night. But it's fun, because it's a challenge for me to sort of see if I can lighten the mood.
Well, let me take this moment to tell everyone about Credit Karma. What's the most important number in your life? It's not your IQ. It's not even it's not your age either. It's your credit score. It has a huge impact on your finances, what you might pay for credit card interest, home and auto loans, and student debt. There's no catch. They never ask me for my credit card number. Everything on their site is free. And what I like most about Credit Karma is they don't show your score and send you away. They actually break it down so you can see how your actions can affect your score. Like if you use too much of your credit limit, your score can go down. I recently found out that 25% of people in the U.S. have errors on their credit report. Now that I have Credit Karma, I can check. I don't have Credit Karma, but
I do.
The imaginary person who Woody. I'm speaking for Woody at this point. Now that Woody has Credit Karma, he can check his reports whenever he wants and make sure everything is on the up and up. It's your credit score, and it's crucial to know what the score is and how it works. Problem is, some people get stuck paying for their credit score. Don't pay for your credit score. With Credit Karma, you can see your credit score right now, absolutely free. Just go to creditkarma.com/save to get started. You'll also get free tips and suggestions on to help you manage your credit, free credit monitoring, and free alerts when your score changes. So don't let today end without seeing your score. Thanks to Credit Karma, you get it all for free. Go to creditkarma.com/save to get started so you can see what may be the most important numbers in your life.
Very good. Yeah, Credit Karma is awesome.
You started out rough, and then you rounded it out in the end.
Thanks.
It's like a movie.
Yeah, I'm reading the thing, and I'm like, well, I'm not just going to lie here and say that I'm using Credit Karma. That's not true, but I know Woody is. Didn't Jackie turn you on to them?
Yeah, we've been identity stolen. We're victims of identity theft a couple of times, and that's how we got into Credit Karma. They'll show you all your activity and your reports, and you can like put a lock on it and stuff, and they solve the problem. So I like it.
Yeah, I had that happen too with a credit card where it was just like, the thing is, I wouldn't even noticed if they didn't charge the exact same amount in Georgia, like 10 times in a row. Like it was like, wait a minute, I wasn't in Georgia, and I didn't go to all these gas stations. Like it was just like, wait a minute, something's going on here. So yeah, it sucks when that happens.
Yeah,
you're violated.
So they didn't even steal something big. They just like hit a series of gas stations for Slim Jims.
They took like $1,000 out of which it got put back in my bank account, but it was like, they charged like $100. It was like $101 even at a time, like in a series of places, it was just really, really conspicuous.
So they used your account. In my case, they opened accounts in my name. Like there was a bank that I don't even remember the name, but I'd never heard of it before, and I've never heard of it since. It was a little thing, and they were able to just get a credit card by saying they were me, and they bought a bunch of things. It was like weird stuff that I'm not interested in, like Rolexes and scuba gear. And I'm like, no, that totally wasn't me. I wear Timex.
You're right. Yeah,
it wasn't me.
Like, I mean, if you buy little things, like it's just like I probably wouldn't notice for a while, but. Just go buy some bling.
Yeah,
and,
it was a whole new card.
Scuba tank.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Plus, you get a bill from something. You're like, what is this? Like, I've never had a card from the Bank of Oneonta, New York, or something like that. And it was like, yeah, it wasn't me.
Yeah, that's up. That's right.
Let me see. Looks like these AMA questions they submitted from the Patreon this month might be a cut above.
Yeah,
usual.
That's what I felt too.
Because a lot of the times it's just the same, renditions of questions like, if you had to do something, like, would you rather blow your dad or, fuck your mom twice a week for 6 months? And it's like, oh, yeah, this is going to be really compelling.
In what situation would I have to do either one of those things?
No, it's a would you rather question, man. Like, that's the point. Like, you got to put yourself in that situation. Yeah, that's that's what that deteriorates into every time.
One of the challenges I have in particular that might be especially me is they often prompt retelling a story. Like the top one is, tell us a moment where you felt proud or excited about your success. Oh, well, shucks. What do I do? The one where I got my degree or the one where I sat in first class and my boss walked to coach? These are old golden, moldy oldies.
Lots of politics ones popping up now, though. The gun to your head, Trump or Hillary?
Trump.
Hillary.
Trump.
Really?
Sure. I'm not a vote.
No, I don't vote. But if they put a gun to my head and they said, you got to register to vote, and then you got to pick between one of these two, then I would.
I guess, you know what? I guess,
for the material alone.
And I hate to say it because, I just am so, like, because obviously the Republican Party has been so, I couldn't imagine going with it, but I would go Trump too in that situation because I think he can't help but be at least somewhat honest because he's always seems to be running his mouth off, like,
I just don't know if honest is the first word I'd pick. I feel like he's in a post-truth world, right? Like,
okay,
there are fibs you tell, and then there's the like, yeah, I saw the 1,000 Arabs cheering 9/11 myself. Ben Carson's agreeing with that. I saw that video too.
I'll amend that to tell his own version of the story, but like whatever he thinks is the truth, because he convinces himself of a lot of things. You can tell. Like I just most of the political speeches you see are usually prepared statements, and it seems like the stuff I've seen from him is just him going up and sort of rambling. Now, do I think it's good? No, I don't think. In general, I think we need other options. I don't think that I think the two-party system is at some point we got to figure out this shit doesn't work. I don't know. It's hard for me to say. I'd pick Trump over Hillary because I don't think Hillary. I think Hillary's. She's been associated with too many. Just bad like Bilderberg shit and just really. I don't trust her. I don't trust her at all. Yeah, and it's a shame to be less trustworthy than Donald Trump. Because right? you would think that a guy who's done this well in our system wouldn't be that inclined to make any changes for the little guy, and I don't think he will. And that's where I have a hang up about ever giving him any sort of endorsement. So I gun to my head, yeah, him, but I don't. I really would like I'd like a write-in at least.
Yeah,
I
all the material. You're a comedian, a stand-up comedian. Having Trump elected, that seems like it would just write itself. Like,
yeah, but I never do. I never do political humor, but I could in my older age. I don't think he kind of makes fun of himself, though. You know what I mean? Like he just sort of is. He's just. It's almost like too easy, where everybody else can see the joke. So it's not like you're doing anything that clever by making fun of him, but he's.
You don't have to try that hard to make fun of Tom.
Yeah, I just wish I really do. I mean, we need to start figuring out.
To me, it feels like the only people that like their candidate are Bernie favorites, right? If Bernie Sanders is your guy, you've got a lot of enthusiasm around him. Everyone else is like, well, I guess Trump, or is anyone really gung ho about Rubio or Bush?
Is there that
Cruz?
much enthusiasm though, or is it just the
Trump.
internet?
Yeah, well, Trump's fooled some people pretty well to rally for him and chant his name. Yeah,
I'm not saying there's more people, but the people that like Bernie Sanders feel like he's their opportunity to change the world. The people that like Trump feels like he's the best of the bunch. I think.
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah.
I mean, the youth always gets up in arms about one candidate or another ever since the inception of the internet. Like, it was Ron Paul last time, which is weird because he's like almost exact opposite of Bernie in most ways. And the youth was all like, "Oh,
he's
Ron Paul,
old and cute."
Oh yeah, old and cute. This feeble little man who would have also given Black Lives Matter his stage at his own convention, but he just had no chance, and everybody just worked themselves into a frothy frenzy saying how, oh yeah, if we all go out and vote, we'll get him, man. And it seems like that same thing, although Bernie does seem more popular than Ron Paul ever was, but he still doesn't stand a chance to beat Hillary out.
Ron Paul's gotten more popular, I think, since his candidacy. I think his, or at least on my end, I think he's become more well known through through the internet.
Are you thinking of Ron Paul or Rand Paul?
Ron Paul. No, okay. I know Rand Paul's his son. He's Rand.
Okay.
I think Ron Paul has become more of a sort of a libertarian legend almost, where it's like, if a lot of people had it to do over again, they'd vote for him if they knew more about it, and if they have a chance. But he I guess it's too late now. I don't know. I guess he's not running again. But Bernie Sanders changing the world is kind of like Barack Obama changing the world. It's like, I don't know if it's just we're pulling from the same bag of candidates, and we need to find a new bag of choices.
Yeah, it's a good way to put it. Yeah. I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. But
no, because we all just kind of fall in line. It's easier to fall in line.
Maybe with someone like Trump, though, it'll all change. Chancellor Trump. He'll maybe shine a light on how much of a fucking joke this whole thing is. It's like
just to satisfy his own arrogance. I think he would. Yeah.
I think Trump is going to get second place. I think that's a pretty big deal.
To who? Rubio or
Clinton.
Cruz? Oh, in the actual election.
Oh, in the whole thing.
Yeah.
That would be outrageous. I really want that though. I really want to see him on the national stage doing his thing. It's gonna be hilarious.
Yeah.
It's gonna be fucking hilarious.
Hillary Clinton's got a lot to hide, and I think that'll all come out in an election. I think Bernie Sanders would be the better pick for the Democrats.
It also depends what happens. So Trump has a real issue with foreign policy knowledge, and it's not entirely his fault. The poor guy's literally watching Sunday morning talk shows to get informed, like us. Whereas, like Hillary Clinton, for example, was the Secretary of State, getting intelligence briefings and shit like that. So if ISIS keeps heading us towards World War III and Turkey and Russia go to war and all that craziness, that will give Hillary a significant leg up. Because foreign policy will be critically important. Whereas it seemed like a month ago it was all about domestic.
Yeah. I like I said, I think that I think that there's Bill Clinton's presidency and the Clintons in general were sort of romanticized, and then I think as people have done more digging into their past, what went on in Arkansas before they were in the White House, and then just sort of the system that they've been a part of. It's kind of seedy, man. It's I wouldn't trust Hillary.
No, and she's just very, very unlikable.
So what do you trust? I don't trust Hillary. Put that out there. No. But the only one out there that I kind of
Trump,
right? Do you trust Rubio? Do you trust Trump? Do you trust Carson? He's trustworthy guy. Bernie's trustworthy, but I don't agree with him.
Is he?
But the thing is, it doesn't matter if he himself is, because the thing is he himself. He's not running it. He's just basically acting on behalf of, the man behind the curtain. There's another group that's running this whole game that you don't see, that people who are in the Democrat or Republican Party are
behind Bernie Sanders.
What's that?
Behind Bernie Sanders, though, I feel like it's he's totally in the pocket of that teacher that gave $150 from Wyoming. He's beholden to her.
If you're not going to agree, look, the last president that we had that decided that he wasn't going to play the game of the people who were really in charge got a bullet in his head, and that's. Ever since then, they've all been puppets. They've been puppets since '63. So, is this what you guys wanted when you brought a comedian on? Sorry.
That works.
Waka waka, folks.
No, it's not what I expected, but I'm interested.
Yeah.
I watch a lot of. I look a lot of. So I read. Audiobooks are phenomenal for me. As long as somebody reads to me, I'm good.
Do you read any fun ones like Game of Thrones?
It's not fun. Not fun. It's a job.
I get into mainly whether it's political or biographical type stuff.
Game of Thrones is 200 hours of content. Good luck with that.
I've never watched. You
haven't watched it?
I've never watched. You know what? I never watched The Sopranos either. Like
you're making a big mistake.
I didn't catch those waves of obsession. Yeah.
You're.
The Wire. Yeah, I did. Breaking Bad. Yeah, I watched that, but I never watched it.
Well, these are two shows on the same level.
Yeah, I think Game of Thrones is probably top 2, definitely, of that group. I've seen all those shows.
Really?
The Wire. Oh yeah. I've seen every episode of all those shows at least twice. I like the
TV connoisseur.
I am a TV connoisseur, if there is such a thing.
Okay.
But I've seen every episode of Sopranos like 3 fucking times. I love The Sopranos. Wow. I really like The Wire. That's really good. But Game of Thrones has such a budget behind it, and that that you're really getting almost like an hour-long movie every week instead of what feels like broadcast TV, or it's not broadcast TV. It feels like cable TV. It doesn't anymore. It feels so much more high production value than, say, The Wire or even The Sopranos. Like The Sopranos, I go back and watch maybe a month or two ago. I watched the whole thing again, and like the fight scenes and stuff. There's a lot of things in there that just don't look good. You wouldn't want to present that today. I wouldn't want to produce something that had some of that stuff in it today. But Game of Thrones really, some of the special effects last season, I know Woody didn't care for, but I think they've been excellent throughout the series.
I'm not a special effects guy. I'm more of I like story. Like Breaking Bad felt like you were almost like you were watching a documentary unfold.
Yeah. With Game of Thrones, so you suspend your
you
disbelief because like
Game
if a dragon
of Thrones
flies
more,
over,
it just feels like it's more tits and dragons is what it feels.
Yes. What more could you want?
These are a few of my favorite things.
So why aren't you watching this, John? If you know this.
Yeah, right. Tits and dragons, you're not turning me off at all.
If they named it Tits and Dragons, I might watch it. Yes.
It's a good show.
Yeah.
I think it's better than Breaking Bad in its own way.
So Jon Snow's coming back.
Well, it certainly appears that way. Yeah.
He's on the poster of next season's trailer.
Jon Snow's dead body is on the poster of next season.
Dead body?
Yeah.
I saw it differently. Let me see it again. It didn't look dead. He looked like he was looking downward in a typical Jon Snow.
I think it's clearly implied that he's coming back in the next season.
Oh yeah, I've said all along that he's coming back.
What would I search for?
Well, now that we've established that John hasn't read it or watched it, I think we should talk about this at length. You know?
Yeah, of course. So I can just sit there.
Tell me more about Jon Snow. What's his whole thing?
Actually, yeah, do it so I can go pee.
Oh God. Go right ahead.
Go ahead, man.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
That's
we prefer like raising your hand, asking for permission, but this is fine too.
I guess I'm going to show it to everybody. He is bloodied, but I can see why Kyle would say he's dead, although you can also see how to me, he's clearly a live person. Here,
a live person.
Yeah, he's got a bloody nose.
I'm not convinced you can tell the difference yet. Let me look at this thing.
It doesn't look like a dead body to me. He looks like he's standing, but you can only see his face. But he's certainly not laying in bed.
Well, he would be laying on the ground.
That's not his death pose either. He was belly down, I think.
Oh, I've seen this poster.
Yeah,
I don't think that's a picture of somebody's dead body.
Yeah, it looks like he's standing up. You're right. Huh. I actually knew weeks and weeks ago that he was going to be on the show because there were some leaked set pictures of him on the set. So
the number one thing here is I'm no doctor, but standing upright is usually a good indication of being alive.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I saw it on my phone and I just saw the blood on his mouth and I was like, oh, they're still leaving it up in the air. But yeah, looks like he's alive. Yeah. Wow.
Oh, we're getting a close up of the casting couch while he's gone.
Nice. From that angle, it's kind of hot.
Camel toe.
Let's see. Do we have?
Wow, what'd you get on the SAT? I'm just going through the ones of these questions that have
What'd
nowhere
you get
to go
on your SAT? I bet you did well, Taylor. 1280. I'm gonna say you got.
We didn't take SATs. We took ACTs.
Oh, they don't mean as I don't know those scores. What'd you get?
30.
What's perfect? 34 or something?
36 is perfect.
Oh.
Yeah, so I think average is like 22.
In my area of the country, SATs were the thing that you took. And I remember I got an 1110, which is a pretty good score. It's remarkably good for somebody with my GPA. And it was, it was one of the, not like the best score in my high school or anything, but it was like better than most. People who were considered much smarter than me got lower scores, and it was kind of a breakout. It was one of the first times I felt smart. Although now there's like 3 sections, so I don't know, multiply that by a third. And...
Kyle, you took it, right?
I took a PSAT, and I don't even remember what the score was, to be honest.
So you didn't even take the real one. You took the training.
No, I thought it was the real one at the time. I swear to God I did. I didn't figure that out until... I was talking to my mom about this not too long ago, and she was like, "That was the PSAT," and I was like, "Well, how does that even fucking work?" I was like, "I don't even understand." I was like, "Why didn't I take the real one?" oh, well, you aren't going to do anything with it anyway.
We didn't have any faith in you.
Yeah, exactly. That's what they said. I was like, shouldn't I have been taking like those? Been studying for that thing and like getting me a tutor and stuff. You didn't need that. Fuck. You misled me for years, mother.
Yep. Well, they didn't want to
tutor for Game of Thrones. Wait a minute.
Yes. We're serious about it around here. So I listened to the audiobooks. I watched every episode of the show, but I didn't feel like I was picking it up. So I had to hire a George Martin expert to really come in, and a few hours a week we sit around and we dig into the mythos of the legend of the whole thing, and
it's the flashcards
ridiculous.
That really help.
We were talking about.
Honestly, you might want some flashcards to actually learn that show.
Yeah.
We were talking about SAT scores, and it seems like being good at math is a big deal, and having a big vocabulary. And if you those two things, you crush it on that test.
Yeah. I didn't even take the SAT. I took the ACT. So I did pretty well.
Yeah, it's not that rare. That's what I took. Like, I think it's where you're from, because I'm from the Midwest too, and I think it's big here in the Midwest.
If you plan on going to school out of state, they say take the SAT. But if you're not, then just take the ACT. Mm-hmm. So I just took the ACT, and I just wanted to beat my sister's score, and I did. And then, but I had to take a shit the whole time, so it was like I didn't do that well on the test. So my second time through, I really, I hammered it pretty well. So yeah.
My daughter, we went to like a going into college kind of like prep, not a course. Her like school offered it. Anyway, what they said is take them both and use the one that is better. Some people get a better grade in the SAT or ACT, and they're like, you don't have to have it sent to your school. You can just sort of take them and use whichever one is advantageous to you.
Right, which is well, like, you ever watch like Hoop Dreams? Like when he's got to get an 18. He's got to get an 18. Yeah. It was like finally, after taking the test 47 times, William's score added up to an average of 17.2 that they rounded up to 18. It was like, wait, how do you round 17.2? Wait a minute.
He was very good at basketball.
Exactly. It's like, did you see his jump shot? Yeah, that's why he rounded up. But
did he put C for that one? Yes, I think he did. Yeah, he put
I'm reading through some of these questions. They're long.
Yeah, some of these are...
Here's a quick one. Kyle, what happened to Japanese bug fights? I explained this. You guys are so ridiculous with the questions. They always ask what happened to the Jeremy Wheel of Pain. Jeremy didn't want to fucking do it, bro. He didn't want to do it. I had this idea where you spin a wheel and it randomly either picks a prize or a method of torture that we would apply to a person. So you either get $200 or shocked with a taser. And it was a funny idea to discuss on the show, but when I go to this human being in real life, I'm like, hey, man, you want to spin the wheel of pain? He's like, fuck you. Like he's not into it. And then there's the Japanese bug fights thing where like there literally was this website where the Japanese fought gigantic bugs in a terrarium to the death and like announced over it in Japanese, which is even more funny because we don't know what the fuck they're saying.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'll just make my own Japanese bug fights. I'll order scary bugs and do it right here. But I was honestly afraid that there was some sort of animal cruelty law that could be applied to me by some nitpicker stickler out there who just
bugs?
had some. If somebody's got something against me, yeah. And I'm not
sorry, I don't get this. What they giant bugs? Do they fight giant
bugs? Yes.
Wait, they fight them against each other.
Against each other. So you got.
I thought, like cockfighting. I was like, they have a person fight a bug. Like, why didn't he just squish him?
The person is undefeated.
I would say so.
I don't know some of those bugs.
I don't think it applies to insects. I think you can.
The flying bugs would be tricky.
We used to, like, when I worked at the golf course, and we used to catch gophers. I didn't want to kill them. I didn't mind catching them, but killing them was like, no, I'm not. That's not going to happen. I'll have nightmares. But I remember this one guy told me that, he had a picture on his desk. It was a 8x10, black and white of a gopher, and he's like, yeah, we had a battle royal one day in the truck, like a truck bed. They threw 20 of them in there, and they just all fought it out. Because gophers, like, we found out, gophers, if you put gophers together, gophers don't fucking like each other for some reason, and they will fight to the death.
Like chicks.
Right. It's just like, it's fucking...
Every episode of Survivor, The Apprentice, etc. If you separate teams into guys and girls, the girls hate each other.
Yeah.
So what happened? Was there one last man standing, last gopher standing?
Yeah, that was the one he had in the picture.
Oh.
And they just for winning they hit him with a shovel.
And grand prize.
His prize was
I was hoping he made it a pet or something. That's
exactly.
Awful.
Right. Yeah, let him loose on another golf course. Let him go run free somewhere else. But no.
He hit it with a
take that alpha gopher to like a competitor.
I could never hurt the gophers. I would catch them, and somebody else could take care of them, whatever. Catching them was like fishing, but I wasn't gonna.
I like this question. The gang is now inducted into the Whack Pack. This is Howard Stern's gang of idiots. Which of your traits do each of you emphasize and build your radio personality on?
Well, the Whack Pack is like a group of literally retarded people.
Yeah, that's not fair because the qualifications for being in the Whack Pack are things like living at home with your parents, being mentally incompetent, literally not having a job, like being 100% broke, independent. Things like being severe physical impairments. I don't think any of us have what it takes to be a Whack Packer. They recently had a thing where they kicked out a few normal people out of the Whack Pack, like Bobo. Bobo's out of the Whack Pack because he's a fucking normal guy with a job. Like, he's weird. He wears that stupid fucking hairpiece, and he's a complete loser. But he's not in the Whack Pack.
Huh?
Is that the same Bobo from the O&A show? Probably not, because those shows didn't get along in the past.
I don't know. Bobo's a real attention whore. He probably so. Would he always have prepared questions when he called them?
Oh no, the Bobo for O&A, he was a mentally retarded person.
This person is. Oh, okay. Well, this person is all there. Oh, okay.
Well then, yeah, you can't induct normal people into it because they'd be like, "Oh, what are you gonna do today, Woody? Oh, I've prepared my taxes. I got my taxes done.
Yes.
After this, I'll eat a reasonable lunch."
Spent the whole day coding and then worked on the stable.
Well, I was going to lay off carbs this whole week, but I brought a reasonable size bowl of brown rice that I'm prepared to eat in front of you. Like, they wouldn't do that.
The Whack Packers, you look at somebody like High Pitched Eric, who's 400 pounds, walks with a cane. He has a high pitched voice that sounds like like Mickey Mouse. He lives on some sort of government dependency program, government housing. He has a communal bathroom in that facility he's in. When you compare him to like a normal human being, we just don't have what it takes to cut it.
Doesn't the Stern Show pay these people?
They often compete for prizes on the show, but not like a salary or anything like that, and certainly not a large amount of money. They'll play for like $500, $5,000 if it's a big promoted show or something, but those are rare. Usually they're getting $500 to $1,000 and.
So in essence, a billionaire invites handicapped people to come in and compete for pennies while they're living on the government till?
Yes, that is exactly true. I don't know if he's got a whole billion now, but he's up there in the hundreds of millions, and he's about to, it's time to re-up his contract, I think, at the end of the year.
Huh.
Yeah, lots of mentally handicapped people on that show. You got Beetlejuice on. I saw one today where they had Beetlejuice and Gary the Retard having a trivia contest against each other, and the first question was to Beetlejuice. Beetlejuice, spell the word red. And he goes, S-T-A-R-E. And they're like, close! Gary, spell red. And Gary goes, R-E-D. And they're like, correct, point to Gary. All right, Beetlejuice, question number 2. How do you spell red? He goes, S-T-R-A-E-R-T. Wrong again. Gary, spell red. They did it 3 fucking times. I love that shit. And of course, he spelled it all 3 times. We could get Beetlejuice on the show if we wanted. He has that website. You can rent him out.
I don't know what we do with him for more than 5 or 10 minutes.
You'd have to write some questions. You'd have to write a whole thing. He's not competent enough to be like entertaining on his own and stand on his own. He's like a funny box that you have to poke.
It's funny to listen to in shows like that where they have like the invalids and the Whack Packs come in. But if I were a part of it myself, I feel like a real piece of shit.
No, that's just it. I think those people the fact that they're not mortified by it is why they're in it. Like to them, they like block out all of the, they manage to block out all the negativity. Like somebody calling them stupid or whatever. Like, did you ever see the movie The Windy City Heat? It's check it out if you can. It's hard to. I think it's probably on YouTube at least. It's called. It was on Comedy Central. It was produced by Kimmel, and it's just this elaborate hoax that they played on one guy, because he was just his name was Scary Perry, and he was just off, and they made this elaborate hoax that they made him the star of this movie, and they produced this whole movie and played pranks on him the entire time, and they even showed him the movie after they did the movie, and he still didn't get it. Like, it still didn't register that. I mean, it says right there on the screen, we did this whole thing to fuck with him, and he's still he's still like, because he does the commentary on the DVD, and he's like, he's like, look, this is one of my better scenes in the movie. Like, he still thinks that he's an actor. Like, it just doesn't register. And that's the thing. It's like when somebody's blissfully stupid, that's when they're gonna sign up for shit like that, or be okay with. They're gonna come back over and over and over again.
One of my favorite bits they do with Beetlejuice, who is just severely retarded, it seems, is they're wearing headsets because they're in the studio, and they'll ask him questions, and someone's feeding him the answers in his headset, and there's like a third party usually who's unaware of this, and so they're used to, they've met Beetlejuice, they've spent 20 minutes with him, they realize he's severely retarded, and then all of a sudden he's naming state capitals like it's nothing. Like, they're just like, what the fuck? What's with this guy?
He knows the formula for
But he's even bad at that, honestly. like they try to.
I can't think of a formula. I was gonna say like NaCl salt, but I mean,
what have you?
How dumb is that one? Everybody knows that one.
For salt.
Wow, he knows water. H2O. Wow, that guy's a genius.
Give me some NaCl on my eggs.
Yeah, he's trying to think. The formula from. I don't know, like something that's. I was bad at science. Shit. That's terrible at science.
They used to play a trivia game called Are You As Dumb As a Box of Rocks or Dumb As a Box of Rocks? I'm not sure which. And they'd have three gorgeous chicks, usually in bikinis, and I think they were all strippers in these scenarios, but like they were all dumber than a fucking box of rocks. They would ask them questions like, they would say H2O is the chemical formula of, and like that would be one of the questions, like really easy stuff that like a 5th, 6th grader would probably get, at least a bright one. And like just don't know any of that shit. It's my favorite thing to watch. I really enjoy the Stern Show, especially the mean ones, the ones that revolve around the whack pack. Bigfoot. Bigfoot's probably my favorite whack packer. He's just. Yeah. I really enjoy that show.
I like listening to that mean shit, but I wouldn't want to be a part of it.
I would like to be a part of it. I would love to be among others who are like myself.
Like that movie I was saying, it's the same thing. It's like they're playing this prank on the guy. Like I remember they had me audition for Punk'd back in like 2003.
Right.
And I just remember telling, like they gave me like a callback. I remember I did like 2 callbacks. I finally like went up like in front of Ashton Kutcher or something, and I was telling him the whole time like, I don't want this job. Like, why do you, because I can't do it. Like, there's no way. As soon as somebody started to cry or something, I'd be like, oh, here's your dog. I'm sorry. It was all bullshit. I couldn't do that. I couldn't be a dick to people. But I guess it's funny to watch from afar. I mean, because it's like, well, I'm not in it. Go ahead.
Well, at the root of it, it seems like, especially with the mentally disabled whack packers, like they're almost always getting some money out of it, and it seems like there's this underlying thing where they're all buddies with this guy, and they seem to be in on it as well, except for that one time when they put Gary the retard in a big cardboard box and shook it, telling him he was going to the moon. And he thought he went to the fucking moon. They're like shaking the box. They're like, Gary, you're going to the moon. He's like, I'm going to the moon. I'm going to the moon.
They did that on 30 Rock too.
Oh, but Stern did it for real.
Right.
They
Yeah, he
really
did
got an
to a real
actually
guy.
mentally handicapped guy and convinced him he went to the moon.
I wonder who went first.
Oh, it had to be Stern.
I don't. So the 30 Rock thing's probably 5 or 6 years ago.
This is so old that
Stern's
it's
been
a
on
blurry
for a
video.
long time.
Yeah, he's been on for 30 plus years, but this was
but
like
he's
this has
still
been
on.
the E days, so like 2000, 2002, 2003, somewhere in there, I guess.
Probably Stern was first. What's the one thing you wish you could have invented? God, there's
Shit.
lots of things.
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to go for creativity or money.
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 One of those
man.
like infomercial bullshit things, like OxyClean or something.
Right?
Wow.
ShamWow.
I like the magic eraser. I
You
feel
can
like
get this
there's
Chinese knockoffs for pennies.
I feel like there's, and they're awesome. Magic erasers are incredibly effective and good and wonderful.
You know what I wish I invented? I just bought, well, one of them. I have two things. I have one called the Bugzooka, and then I have Bug Assault. And I wish I'd been the guy on either one of these things. Like one is it's like a suction cannon that like you roll up on a spider and like it's like a plunger that locks and it's like and then you go and you suck the spider into the little like like housing thing, and then you can take him outside and stomp his brains out. Or the Bug Assault is actually it's a little gun that you racket and you shoot flies. Like you shoot them with like grain. It like shoots buckshot assault. Like you spray salt like and it takes out the fly. Like it's like I mean you need several shots usually. Like I mean it's usually
You need a flamethrower.
You stagger him with the first shot, and then but
And you finish
after
him
so
off.
many salt grains, he can't take it anymore. And
So very niche markets for you.
yes, but I would want my name attached to those products. Yes.
John Caparulo's.
Have you
bug
seen that
salt.
thing that's like a tennis racket, but it's electrified, so you swing
I
it
have that too. Yeah, it's amazing. My
Yeah,
wife
it's like-
got me that one.
Are there
yeah.
even
It's
any bugs in LA? Like it's dry. And...
I hate bugs, so maybe that's it. But I really plus I miss all the time because I'm afraid. Like I always short my like I shorten my swing, and then it's like he gets away or something, and then I'm worried about. there
I'm
being
gonna
a
go to your
pissed off
MySpace
bug.
page and out you as a buggist.
Oh no!
One of my asshole friends in high school, he liked to tinker with things, and he had one of those swats, and he took there's like a safety guard on there to like keep you from getting shocked too hard, like it keeps it just the bug level. He like removed that, and then hooked up a different battery to the handle and like electric taped it and wired this thing so that he'd come up behind you and you're like watching TV and like right on the back of your shoulder or head just go whop, and it just like be like an actual shock to you, like
What a dick!
fuck. Yeah.
Jesus, it's
it was not.
sounds awful.
You couldn't relax and watch a movie at that guy's house. You
Damn,
stopped
that's
going through it.
I was using that tennis racket. That thing is good actually for. We had a bunch of bees like out back, like around like the pool, and I like when things are flying. It's a good thing for when things are flying. So, but other than that, like actually hitting a bug, no, it's not great.
Yeah, it's made of plastic. You're gonna shatter it on the floor.
Yeah,
There's little,
you have to just sort of place it on top of them, and then the shock's not really that deep. So yeah.
They
I've
are a
had better
bug,
luck
so they're not
actually
very
with the-
tall,
with
so
the
they're not
stun
tall
gun.
enough to reach the well.
I used an actual taser on a spider once. Yeah, it was,
And actually,
I don't know if that's signs of worse things to come, but I don't think it is. I wouldn't. I don't hurt anything that that has fur or that can grow it. I don't know. I don't know. What's fun.
I don't either unless I eat it.
It's I'm getting loopy.
Have you guys kept up with that kid that like put the clock in a different case and now he wants $15 million?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh
Yeah,
my God.
this is the long con by his dad the whole time.
Oh
Guaranteed.
my God. So there's a bunch of stuff I learned that I didn't know before. Like at first I thought he was actually kind of a victim of racism. Like they're saying it looks like a bomb. Now you see it and he was clearly trying to make a thing that looked like a bomb. And the teachers were like, hey, this thing is a bomb. Oh no, we're scared, etc. No, that is totally not what happened. The teachers knew this guy. They saw him every day, and they told him to put it in his locker because they were like, the teachers knew he was trying to do some sort of hoax. He didn't. He brought it from class to class to class. Every teacher didn't fall for it. And then eventually they're like, put this thing away, and the principal and whatever, it goes and has
He set the alarm to go off during classes.
Yes, he set the alarm to go off during classes because he's an attention-seeking little fuck, which is forgivable because he's like 15 and I was too. But he's an attention-seeking little fuck. And then they leave the country like a week later after like Obama brings him to the White House to apologize for this treatment. Then they leave the country and ask for $15 million. Oh my God, suck a dick. Which
I don't know anything about that.
John will like because he's a pedo. He's 15.
Of course. Yeah, that's my interest group. So yeah, John, why don't you come over? Yeah, you'll like this. This is about raping kids. Jesus Christ.
No. So here's the deal. This kid, he's I don't know what he is. He's Middle Eastern descent of some sort. And he took the insides of a clock and put it into a thing that looked like a briefcase. It was a pencil case, I think, but it was fashioned to look like a briefcase. And I guess it worked. Like why wouldn't it work? It's the inside of a clock. Like all he did is take the case off and put it in a different case. And a lot of people are like, oh my God, you can believe this poor genius kid is being discriminated against for the color of his skin. Just because he's of Middle Eastern descent doesn't mean that his brilliant invention here, the clock transplant, like he's the greatest thing. I think MIT literally offered him a spot for when he graduated school.
The thing that happened was he got the principal called the principal called the police and they arrested the kid and everything, and it became a big national story. And so the MIT invites him, the president invites him to the White House, all that crazy stuff. NASA invites him to come hang out. It's just it seemed like he was getting a lot of special treatment for something that was really silly.
His dad runs for president of Sudan like every other year or something.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Attention seeking is in the blood. Like every other YouTuber made a video where they like opened a clock and then put the insides in something else and to prove that it wasn't an act of genius to do this.
And I didn't like the whole like jerking each other off of like the initial, like when it first came out. And like everybody was on the page like before all the details came out of like, yeah, it is ridiculous that they would get this kid arrested when it's a clock like upon further inspection. But all like the sudden bomb explosive experts who were like, these fools to think that this could be anything more than a standard clock. Like when it does have a bunch of wires poking around, and I'm not an explosives expert, so if I looked at it real quick, just out of the corner of my eye in class, I'd be like, wow, that's kind of a weird thing for someone to have here. Like it's not like they were over there meticulously looking like, oh, and here's the snooze button that he kind of placed.
Well, I mean, it could be a bomb component. Like he's got the parts there to be part of a bomb. Certainly.
Let me ask you, audience, why do you think he took the insides of a clock, put it in a briefcase, and set it to go off during class? Is this a hobby that I'm not? Is there like a special interest group of briefcase clocks that I'm not familiar with?
I think his dad told him to do all these things for like attention and to eventually get money. I don't think, I mean, he's a kid, so he's not like some nefarious mastermind here. I don't think.
His sister
his dad has something to do.
His sister had been suspended for bomb threats to school before.
I did not know
that. I don't think you can really fault people for being, I guess, and I'm somewhat concerned, but I also think that, why is it that this kid, because of his, race or his heritage, is more cause for concern than if just, if my kid did it, it's like, because sometimes kids just, I don't know why you'd be that bored now with iPads and shit, but but it's like I don't know. Maybe he just did it to did it. Who knows? But we've been sort of conditioned to be scared of a group of people who I don't know that they are really as culpable as they've been made out to be.
That's true, but it also would be legitimately impressive if your 6-month-old child took a clock apart and just put it in a briefcase.
Well, yes. I mean, I would be concerned. I'd be like, you don't even crawl yet.
You don't even know what time.
What were you doing all night? Where was your mother? What are you doing?
You're only 33 percentile in head
and
circumference.
I don't even own a briefcase. Where'd you get that?
Where'd you get that? Yeah, the whole you're right that it probably wouldn't have been such a big deal if he wasn't of Arab descent. Like if he was just some Chucky from Dallas or whatever, and he did it, nobody would really give that much of a shit, but he'd still probably get suspended for causing a ruckus, and they'd be like, hey, you're trying to get attention here. But at the same token, it wouldn't have been made a big story. The story would have been, hey, parents, come here, your kid's trying to pull some shit and act like he's not, so he's suspended for 2 days or whatever. They wouldn't have arrested him, I don't think. But
the arrest thing seemed weird.
Probably given news attention for a reason too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
To reinforce that sort of image. You need to be afraid of these people.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not fair.
The news story there was more like you shouldn't be afraid of these people, though, because everybody was condemning it.
But they're putting that image out there for people to take what they already have been conditioned to sort of, act upon. Arabs and Bobs. Oh, no. That's what they do. That's their thing, and it's an unfair, thing to hang on a group of people. And
that's true.
But and so whether or not they're saying, well, this is a situation where, the kid, they're playing it like oh, it's wrong. We shouldn't be. Why are they discriminating against this poor kid? They're just putting that imagery out there for you again. To go. I don't know. Fucking Haji with a bomb. I don't know. I don't like it. And it's come on.
Let's admit the kid baited everyone into doing this, right? Sure. I can't think of a parallel with another group, but he knows he made a freaking bomb-looking thing, and then he's of Middle Eastern descent, and that was all part of his attention-seeking plan.
At some point, yeah. He's got to think during that project. Yeah. This is probably a bad idea.
Yeah.
But, I don't know. It's crazy.
Yeah, I feel like if you guys might not remember, some of you will, but the DC sniper, right? So there were these two guys. One's name was Mohamed something, and the other guy
Lee Boyd Malvo, right?
Yeah. And they drove this old car, and they were able to remove
Luke Caprice.
They were able to remove the rear taillight so that they could snipe from laying in the trunk, and then they just reinsert the taillight and drive off. And it was a real inconspicuous way to commit these sniper-based murders. If after that I asked people to call me Mohammed and made it removable taillight, let's admit that I'm playing up on a recent event in an effort to get attention, even if I didn't do anything. Even if I had nothing but a Nerf gun, people would be like, dude, this is fucked. This is not a game to play.
What if you were literally doing that? What if you were in parking lots with a Nerf gun, sniping people with that, and then hopping out of the trunk, being like, aha!
Right. It was only Nerf.
I'm the fun DC sniper.
It's a water balloon launcher or something like that. Gotcha.
These things seem really parallel, right? They seem pretty close.
Those guys were
I think they're close in the fact that the DC sniper seemed to come out at a time when they were really trying to push the whole fear campaign, because that was a year after 9/11.
Something like that.
And a month after 9/11 was when the anthrax shit happened, and all those things to make people put people on edge, so that they could get the legislation passed that they did. And
they kept talking about the Bushmaster AR-15 that the guy was using to shoot people. The Bushmaster AR-15 sales went so high, you couldn't find one. I sold mine because it was worth more because it was a fucking Bushmaster. It was absurd. It was absurd.
How would you run 1 to 10? I don't really know my AR-15s. Is a Bushmaster
I don't even
one
know,
of the better ones?
Mine wasn't. Mine was a carry handle. I paid $600 for it. Used just a basic plain Jane AR-15. I sold it for $1,000.
AR-15 is the one that it looks like an M16, but it's not a machine gun, right?
That's exactly
The one
right.
that Kyle probably has 3 of within arm's reach.
Kyle can probably get one without standing up. If you
Dale Gribble,
Kyle, so here's the rule: you need to keep touching the red couch. How many guns can you reach? Right, like you can do this. 2.
I thought it was
3.
All right, so that's 4. 5. 6.
I like that one.
Just in case. Oh, that was my RPG. That I wanted to show that too. 7.
That dropped.
It's a dummy RPG.
Oh wait, look at that white thing. Can you turn that on or no?
No, not this one. I don't have the butane. This is my flamethrower. So
of course.
Just in case. Really gotta.
You need that to hunt game
for spiders and shit.
Home defense.
I don't have very many. Well, they all work for hunting game. It just depends how serious you are. And
they're all.
In Minecraft, if you hunt games with flaming things, then they dropped cook beef. Maybe that happens in real life, right? You take out a deer with a flamethrower, it's ready to eat.
That would be disgusting.
Why don't more people hunt with handguns? You know what I mean? Like, wouldn't it be more adventurous? To be out there with a fucking 357 Magnum or something, and act like Dirty Harry.
A deer from 200 yards for the
best. Some people do. I've never done it myself, but I've got pistols that would be perfect for it, in like a 44 Magnum or something like that. You got to be close because the range of a pistol and because of the sights on the. I've got a 44 Magnum with a scope on it. Actually, I could probably kill a deer at 50 or 60 yards. I guess. Yeah, I could definitely do that. But like,
I got a gun that shoots salt at bugs. It's called bug assault.
I think you could prepare a deer.
What you'll tell
with that
home
one.
invader. Get back. This will stink your eyes for a little bit.
If you don't like high blood pressure, you're gonna get out of here.
Paprika in there too. Have you been seasoning with that?
Yeah, salt and pepper, bitch. Get back.
Curry.
Yeah, you can't really have guns in California very easily.
I've never tried, but I don't know. I mean, I still think that we should be able to have them, but I don't shoot myself, so.
Yeah, there's a lot of hoops to jump through over there.
Are those a bunch of 50 caliber bullets over your right shoulder?
Yeah.
All right.
Just in case, someone comes in a tank.
Is there anything interesting about those tips? Are they incendiary or explosive or
both? They're armor piercing incendiary. So not only will they set everything on fire, but they'll shoot through just about anything. They got a hardened steel penetrator in there that I think is like 30 caliber, but it's inside of that bullet. It's very hard steel. I don't know what the grade is, but I've recovered them from like solid chunks of concrete, unblemished seemingly after hitting it. So yeah, those are pretty cool rounds. I got a bunch of those.
What are they? $6 a shot? Like, what would you estimate?
I honestly don't know. I got given so many of them several years back, like several hundred rounds worth, that I've just never had to purchase any ever. Eventually I'll run out and I'll have to buy some, but yeah, probably I wouldn't be surprised if it was $10 a round. I'm not really sure.
And something about the nature of BMG shooting, at least when I've done it, it's like an event. Like if I shoot an AR-15, for example, it's bam, 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 bam. You shoot bullets all the time. With this, it's like you line it up. You're doing something special with it. I've never shot back-to-back 50 cals in faster than 5-10 minutes.
Like a treat.
Yeah, and it's a big boom, and the grass all folds over when you shoot it and stuff. It's pretty cool.
You cleared the block. Everybody go in the house. I'm out here shooting.
Yeah,
I'm a terrible shot. We went to the gun range a couple of times, and I remember they asked me what kind of gun I wanted, and I'm like, I think Tupac uses a 9. So I'll go with the 9, and they gave me a Glock 9, and I was a terrible shot. It just put me on edge the whole time, because it was like the driving range, except you could get hurt, you could die. You know what I mean? Or you could kill somebody if you shanked one. You know what I mean? Like, the driving range is like everybody's going to look at me like I'm a jackass, but nobody's going to die. I just felt really uncomfortable, like where I could fuck up and hurt somebody here. And
I don't like that environment for like a beginning shooter. Like I guess I just don't. So I've got a lot of land that I can shoot on, and it's really nice just to go out there and it's just you and like whatever new shooter I'm shooting with, and just be like, hey, all right, so we're safe here. Just don't fucking point that thing at me and we'll be all good. And you stand in front of me and like all that shit out there, shoot any of it. Yeah, shoot that. I don't fucking care. Shoot that toilet, shoot that tree. Yeah, shoot the bird. I don't care. I don't know what that is. Do it.
I don't know his family.
We're not related. I feel like it's a lot more. I know what you're talking about. Like I even like if I'm at a range where like everybody's in single file line or side by side in those booths and everything, I'm really conscious about the way I conduct myself in those scenarios, because you'll look like a jackass, right? You don't want that. You don't want to be the guy who does do the embarrassing thing or or whatever the gun world faux pas is. Yeah, the thing that may not even be a fatal thing, but it might just like look bad to another gun person and they'll think less of you. But it is dangerous in there. I've seen people do silly shit in there, not on purpose, but just it's an environment full of new shooters, and I've seen like people with 50 cal Desert Eagles go boom, 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 and just like get carried away and keep pulling the trigger, and the recoil carries them higher and higher until they're shooting the ceiling, and there's multiple bullets in the ceiling where this guy just got out of hand. And then like you're in a booth and you'll see bullet holes in the booth, like someone had range is that way, and they had to do this to hit the booth, because it's perpendicular to the.
We went to the first time we went, because we went twice, I remember, and the first time was because my wife had a fucking Groupon. So we went to a gun range, and I remember, I mean, this place didn't even have, it wasn't even booths. It was just like, it was like when you go to a carnival and you like throw arrows at the little balloons. It was that. It was just basically a counter, and pick a spot and start shooting. Like it's like everybody shoot that way, and it was just really uncomfortable.
The gun range faux pas thing is the one that worries. Like you mentioned that like social pressure. I remember some guy came in, he had a semi-auto. I don't know what it was. I didn't recognize it. It's AR-15 M4 something or other, and the range goes cold and people go and like retrieve and put new targets up and stuff. And when that happens, you have to lock your gun open so that visually anybody can see that this thing is not loaded and it's not in a position to fire. It was a new gun to him. He didn't know how to lock it open. And the like safety officers didn't know how to operate that gun either. And it's this big thing, and like another safety officer comes over and they're all looking at it and they're all dealing with him like shamefully, like you've got to know how to operate this thing. And he didn't know, and I don't know. I never want to be in that spot.
You should know how to operate it. Like that's
He did. I mean,
before you go out with it, I
guess he just didn't know how to lock it in the open position. That's
basic shit?
It was I guess, I don't know, it was a new gun. I didn't know how to keep his thing.
You don't go out with a new chick.
But see, that's just it. You guys are actually looking at him right now like he was that dude was being looked at. Like, I mean, it's basic shit. I mean, it's basic shit to somebody who can sit in one place and reach and find 17 guns. You know what I mean? Like, it's basic shit to you. But it's like, if this is his first gun, it's not. So
I was just empathetic. I was like, I'm glad I'm not him, because neither of these safety officers know how to get this thing to stay in the open position either. I guess it's hard.
Yeah, that's more troubling. The safety officers not knowing is way worse than the guy who was probably like, hey, I need some help with this, and they come over and they're like fucking with it, hoping that they figure it out real quick. But
most guns are really obvious. Like once you've got the bolt in the rear position, like you just kind of look around and there's always a latch, there's always a thing. Right, like whatever it may be. If you pull this back and it's this goes up. They've all got a thing. Every one of them's got a thing, and it's pretty much the same.
Show us on every one of them.
Have you done the 3D printer gun yet? Do you have one of those?
I do not. So those are that's a cool idea. And it's interesting that it's a new way to manufacture your own firearm. But the idea of making your own firearm isn't a new thing. It's just a new thing to the general public and like pop culture. In reality, it's very much legal for you to make your own guns at home using hacksaws and pipes and that sort of thing. And as long as they're the correct dimensions, you're all good. You can make your own semi-automatic weaponry at home. That's all legal. There's ways to do it. But the idea of just okay, now I've got a fucking plastic gun that'll go through an X-ray. That's pretty ridiculous. I haven't shot one.
Go ahead.
I haven't shot one, and I know that like they don't have much longevity, or at least early on they definitely didn't because of the material that the 3D printing was using at the time. But I'm always hearing about breakthroughs where the material's getting better and more versatile.
The design, right? It's based on the Liberator.
Yes.
Right? So you're the one that told me this, but apparently the Liberator was used in France. Tell me when I make a mistake.
Yeah. So we dropped these 45 caliber single shot pistols all over France, and they came in this little box, and inside the box were some instructions and even a little cartoon. And basically, they were instructing you to walk up to the, it was Nazi-occupied France. Walk up to the Nazi officer, smile at him, nod, shoot him in the head, and take his machine gun and run.
And now you've got a real gun.
Now you got a real gun. And it was this little piece of shit, stamped metal, and I mean, a tiny 45 caliber single shot pistol. But that's what they modeled that 3D printed gun that got so much publicity off of.
Yeah, it's a bad copy of a shitty gun, and
I think there's supposed to be some the fact that it's the Liberator. I think there's supposed to be some meaning to the fact that they copied that gun, or maybe it's just so fucking simple and easy to do that was a good one to do. Maybe a little bit of.
If you get away from the 3D printer thing, shotguns in particular are easy to make. Like I've seen. I was even thinking of making one for a video once, where they just take 2 sliding pipes, and if you can picture a shotgun shell, I think most people can. It's got that brass, and is it a primer in the back? And they just put a pipe that slides into a pipe, and there's a nail. You just pop it back, the nail pierces it, and it shoots. And it's like, that's like a fully functional shotgun, nearly as good as a real shotgun that you could make for $8 in parts from Home Depot stuff.
Yeah, well, guys in prison make guns. I mean, zip guns or whatever.
Yeah,
it's like it's not exactly. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, guns are. I think guns are. It's almost like I hate when they vilify a thing instead of the larger problem, because it's like guns aren't a problem until they're in the wrong hands, or they're being used to, execute whatever tyranny, and it's like, but it's never, you never look at the the large problem of, well, why do we have this sort of, whether it's insecurity or distrust between people that causes whatever firearm incident to happen. Instead of looking at that, you go, no, it's the gun. Just take his gun, and then it would have all been fine. Those Columbine kids wouldn't have done anything if they couldn't get their hands on guns. And it's like, yeah, I think they seem to have enough determination to do what they did. So I think
drive a Cadillac into a crowd and get as many people as they got anywhere.
Exactly. It's like or they were going to build a bomb, or they were going to do something to fuck shit up, because they were where they were at mentally. So
start a fire. I think a fire is the way to go. All you need is some chains, some locks. Get all the fire exits locked off.
You've given this more thought than I have.
Kyle, you're a very good murderer.
I just made that up. Yeah. Burn the whole place down. Burn it down. Burn it grand.
I think that'd be really effective. I mean, there'd be a lot of people escaping through the windows, but a lot of people wouldn't.
You could shoot
Those
them.
are the ones. Oh, that's awful. Well,
yeah, it's terrible. It really is.
A real low for the show tonight.
yeah, I knew I could do it. I knew I could drag you guys down.
Made me feel awful.
Here's a question. Hope, that's my daughter. Hope tells you tomorrow that she is pregnant. What do you use to murder the guy? That's kind of a segue. How would I murder the guy?
Oh, you wouldn't murder him.
I know what I'd use. Being, if I can.
Go on. Yeah.
Go ahead. Okay. My penis. I say, like on Madden's, if she on her first date. Yeah, I'm gonna be. If you try to take her virginity, I'm gonna take yours. So decide whether it's worth it or not. Cause take a good look. Cause that's how much I love my daughter. I'm willing to fuck her first boyfriend for her. So yeah.
All right. So no, I think what you would do, Woody, is you would get behind this young man and make him the super version of him because he has to be, right?
Well, I suppose gosh, I don't want to answer this seriously, but
right?
If it's within the context of a loving relationship and stuff like that, that changes everything. In John's scenario, I felt like it wasn't. Yeah.
There's a lot of hate in that rape.
A lot of guttural grunting and just sweat.
But yeah. I don't.
A lot of insults.
I've given more thought to murder than probably a healthy person should. It's hard to get away with it, And I think a lot of stuff if I rented a car, I feel like that's very suspicious. If I took my car, I feel like somewhere along the way there'd be some toll booth or something that would catch me. You sure as hell can't bring your phone with you, right? That's a tracker. Yeah. You're busted. It'd be very difficult to travel someplace, especially if it's more than 15 miles away. If you wanted to go to some other state and kill a guy or girl, good luck with that. Even if you just bring all cash, I feel like they'd still track you somehow. Bring all cash, leave your phone at home.
If they had a reason to suspect you, which, the father of a girl that he recently impregnated, if it's, his parents knew, if there was a reason to suspect you, then they're going to be able to
and you already raped the kid, so they got that on you, too.
Exactly. See, they got
your semen is on the kid, so they're going to tie you right to him.
But there's always a problem with semen. Damn it. Semen brought me down
everywhere.
Again. Yeah, there was no rape. There was just semen. But if you have a reason, that's why most of the time, what is it? People kill people that they know, much more often than not, and so it's that's why it's easier to catch them because it's woman dies, check her boyfriend first, kid dies, check the parents first, whatever, and it's
that Trump recently
and they worked their way out.
retweeted this stat like black people killed all these black people kill all these white people, and cops hardly kill anyone. It turns out white people kill white people, and as it was explained to me, it's that makes perfect sense because people tend to kill people close to them, and it's often family members and lovers and stuff like that, and that's why whites kill whites and black people kill black people. I didn't want to call them blacks. Yeah. Somehow that's offensive.
Blacks always sounds bad.
Black feels bad. I don't even like that.
The blacks kill the blacks, but I can say it with whites. I'm clear there.
What is the singular? It was a black.
Oh god, it's even worse, right?
Even worse, right? Same word. We just changed it from plural to singular. Now it's awful, right? Yeah.
The cops say that I've heard that all the time, on TV. That it's we're looking for a male black, in his 30s, 6'4", whatever. Yeah, it's they always say it like that, singular. So it sounds pretty awful.
I think if you switch it, it's better though. A black male.
Yeah, definitely so.
Yeah, I feel like that's okay.
But then they make him a person.
Dark-skinned male. That's what you should go to. That's PC right there.
What if he's Indian or Native American Indian? There's lots of dark skin.
Well, then he fits the bill.
I just feel like if he's black,
we're looking for a dark-skinned male, possibly of
he could be Mexican or something.
Well.
Yeah, I think
I can tell the difference between a Mexican.
The hair's a dead giveaway.
But if you say dark skin, I'm saying it's too general.
There's a lot of look at somebody like David Ortiz. He's Dominican or something. Yeah, and throughout the Central America.
You can't tell the difference between a Dominican and a black person.
Yeah, you just can't. So it's just I don't
Dominicans
know.
are black people.
He's just a dark dude. Yeah, it's
I'm just saying. Black skin. Oh, what'd you say? Dark skin. It's too broad. Dark skin doesn't do it for me.
But what if that's all you got?
They could be Middle Eastern.
That counts. We're still looking, and if you find a Middle Eastern guy wearing a white hoodie, that's probably fucking him because there was a dark-skinned guy with a white hoodie that went running in the bushes. So if you find a dark-skinned any kind of guy, it's probably him.
I'm saying your description's not tight enough. You can do better.
I'm just saying it's not a fucking ginger. We know it's not a ginger. No, it was a dark-skinned male. That's what we know. That's what we have to go
But if I said non-ginger male, I'm not narrowing it down as much as I could have.
Yeah,
I didn't test his fucking genome, Woody. I don't know what part of the world he hails from.
Well, you can say
his ancestors left the African continent.
I'm just saying that in a situation like this, black male works, or Middle Eastern male works, or white male works.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, it's
yeah, come on.
I mean, if somebody ran into the bushes... usually,
I don't. Somewhere in this, I got offended.
The bushes. Yeah, usually there's somebody guilty in the
now
bushes.
That I'm offended, I'm in a position of power. I'll be extracting apologies out of all of you.
Oh, did you see? I guess that whole thing went down in Chicago with the protests, but they were peaceful. The people that were protesting last night in the cold, because there was that 17-year-old. Yeah, that 17-year-old kid was shot 14, 15, 16 times, something like that. It's all on video. They're indicting the cop on first-degree murder charges.
I'm torn on that. People who've watched this show for a long time know sometimes I side with the cops and sometimes I don't. Here's a situation where the guy had a knife. He was within that 21-foot halo of dangerous. I heard he's high on PCP, but he was using the knife to vandalize. He had cut tires. He didn't take a threatening lunge or action. A cop just decided to open fire. The cop didn't have a taser, which probably would have been a better first choice.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that makes... I don't know if he's a fuck up for not having a taser. Or
was running away and getting back in his car not an option?
It totally was. Yeah, the guy was... They kind of... There were a lot of police there, because I saw the video. There were, I'm going to make up a number, 5 police cars, in the area. So one might guess, at least 8 police. I don't know. And one of the cops decided to shoot a lot. I don't want to get my number wrong, but there might have been. There's 12 to 17 shots. Does anyone know?
Shooting him after he
14
laid down,
to 16. It's somewhere in there. 14 to 16. I don't remember which.
Okay. Yeah. And it seemed like 2 shots and he was down. And then another 10, 12 shots to.
When would 14 to 16 shots at one guy be necessary?
When you're shooting something that other than human, like a chupacabra.
I mean, a guy with a knife, you shot him 16 times.
Now knives are really dangerous. I'm not saying that you can never shoot a guy using a knife, but I saw this guy, and it didn't. There was never that shooting impetus, reaching for something, or the thing that would make it now it's go time. I'm watching you. I've got my eye on you. All right, and if you tell me to get my hands up,
the one you're talking about.
If you tell me to put my hands up, and I suddenly reach for my cell phone, I kind of cut you some slack. Even though I was unarmed and stuff, compliance is important. You can't be put your hands up. Well, reaching for my wallet inside my coat. Bad timing, dude. It's partly your responsibility for this shooting. This guy is somewhere in between on that. He had a knife in his hand. But also, it wasn't like he cocked it into some sort of ready position or anything. And the amount of shots, I get when you decide to shoot, you shoot for kill, et cetera, et cetera. No one shoots to wound. But I don't know. It does seem like it hurts the policeman's case to shoot that many times.
Well, it definitely does.
Yeah.
And I'm always...
It shows signs of an adrenaline rush almost.
Most of these guns I've got here don't even hold that many fucking bullets. Okay, I gotta go to this special one here to get that much firepower.
Is that a Glock 17?
Yeah.
But when you say most of these guns, it's just.
I mean, that one over there goes a fucking 100 rounds. But
I was gonna say there's some rifles nearby.
At what point does shooting at one guy with a knife in the over 10 times? Where does that fall under to protect and serve?
So it's completely inexcusable in his case because there wasn't that oh shit, here he comes kind of moment. But if you're holding the gun and the guy's coming at you like Jason from the fucking scary movies, I'm not gonna squeeze off 5 and then and see if he's okay. I'm gonna be so terrified. I bet my adrenaline's going, and I'm just going and squeezing as fast as I possibly fucking can.
Did you mean completely inexcusable? Or completely excusable? I think you said
inexcusable what he did because that's obviously murder. But if a guy's coming at me with a knife, I hear you shot him 15 times, I guess you were out of bullets then, huh? You didn't reload then, eh? because like
taking a shot and thinking after every one, like, is he good? That's one. Is he good?
Yeah.
That's two.
Yeah. The thing is no, because I think that okay, a police officer takes an oath to protect and serve. They're supposed to, and if you're shooting, you've taken an oath to protect that guy as well. The guy who's trying to stab you, who's on PCP. Unfortunately, you've taken an oath to also protect him, and so shooting him 16 times doesn't mean it means that you really had no concern for his welfare either, because it unfortunately the laws do apply to everybody, whether you're a criminal or not, and it's overkill. It's just too much.
Yeah, in that situation, the cop was totally wrong. Like the guy wasn't running at him with a knife. He oh, I didn't have a taser. Well, then maybe one of the other 7 cops there, maybe one of them had a taser. I have a hunch. Like maybe one of them could have done that.
Or shoot the guy in the leg. Shoot him in the leg, and can you just incapacitate him? I mean, did you have to?
That's not something
really open assault on him. Yeah, I know. But that's just it. It's to protect and serve. Like they're supposed to be people who just maintain order.
Might ricochet one off your kneecap and take Granny out down the road or something.
The cops. I don't know if you've read Rise of the Warrior Cop. If you haven't, check it out sometime. It traces the evolution of sort of the constable up until. Sorry.
You have to turn your camera back.
Yeah, it's coming. I got it. There we go. But it traces the evolution of the old sort of constable, local policeman who was there to protect and serve to the now, I mean, where they have an arsenal. I mean, cops have tanks.
And a lot of them are ex-military, so I feel like they just are carrying on their military career in the civilian population, and that has gone too far.
Yeah. Yeah. Like usually it seems like there's a little more story to these kinds of shootings where it's like, oh, unarmed person shot by cops, and it's like, okay, well, let's see what actually happened here and watch it pan out. This one seems pretty cut and dry of the cop being totally in the wrong. Like he.
Yeah.
I feel like there's an 80-20 thing. I mean, the guy was high on PCP with a knife in his hand.
He was, and he was a menace, but he wasn't making a direct aggressive act towards the cop. Like, yeah, he should have been tased. Should have given him a couple volts of that, probably more than 1 or 2, because PCP tends to make people borderline invincible. But if you don't have the taser, hop back in your giant armored Suburban. Like, he's not going to stab through that.
Right. I mean, you have an entire force behind you that's should be able to protect you, and plus, your job's dangerous. You took an oath to participate in a dangerous job, and okay, so if you're going to deal with that sort of guy, you can't lose it. You can't lose it and just unload into him. I mean, can you guys see me? I can't see you.
I can see you. I can't see the other two.
John.
Let's call back real quick. I'll just hang up and call back. And everyone's reading this. Here we go. And hang up bunches. This will work itself out in a minute.
Now I can see.
Or is he transit?
Chiz is back home.
He's back home. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, that. All right. At least this cop shooting won't have that huge, I guess, debacle of whether or not it was excusable, like most of them do. Like, some asshole will be like, he deserved it, he was on drugs, but...
Well, you wait. Yeah. He could get off. See, he's been charged with murder, but he'll have the, what is it, the PBA, the Policemen's Benevolence Association, lawyers defending him. He'll say, look, he was a cop in the line of duty. This guy was on PCP, with a knife in his hand, and he could get off.
This guy's not getting off.
No
way.
Really?
No, the mayor's already called this guy out. He's like, clearly you got an officer here not doing the right thing, not following protocol, and and the justice system's going to handle it and punish him. Like, they're already writing this guy off. Like he's done.
They're protesting about it in Chicago, despite how cold it is. So they're taking it pretty serious.
That was it. I think we talked about that on PKA. I was like, I don't think it'll be a big deal because it's very cold out right now.
Very fucking cold.
Yeah, that kind of protest is more of a warm weather activity.
Yeah, if this happened in Miami, it'd be all over the place.
Bloodbath. Bloodbath.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's I don't know. I mean, Rodney King guys got off and there was a tape, so.
That's true.
Yeah.
Who knows? Yeah.
That was a real beating they gave.
It was it was like obvious. That's why the whole thing blew up. It was like
over the top.
It was like the one time where people were like, "See what we're talking about? Look."
I was like, that looks like someone pantomiming a beating. It looks so ridiculous. Like he's just like drawing his arm all the way back, like almost cartoonishly. Like I feel like I almost remember one guy like double fisting the baton while he did it. Like
I feel like that's happened.
He said, "I haven't beaten one this bad in a long time."
Did he say that? Really?
Yeah.
Did he really?
Yeah.
I feel like that's happened 10,000 times since then. I feel like
so much bad evidence in that, and it was a powder keg.
It seems like so long as you yell "stop resisting" while you do it, you're in the clear. Do they teach that in like policeman baton courses? Like, what do you say while you beat the perp? Stop resisting. Stop resisting.
Well, what do you say when you shoot the perp? Stop reaching for my gun. Stop reaching for my gun.
Yeah.
Well, that's what saved Lee Harvey Oswald for an extra 2 days. Was when he got arrested in that movie theater. He kept yelling, "I am not resisting arrest," so that everybody else in the theater looked and the cop, because most people think that the cop probably would have taken him out there. And
he'd already killed the cop supposedly that day, so they weren't too happy.
Yeah, he supposedly. Right.
Yikes.
So who do you think did it? Do you think that? All right. So was it the VP? Was he working against Kennedy, or was it the Russians? Was it the Cubans? Was it the mob?
Mob's my favorite conspiracy
theory.
I
think when you distinguish and make the mob and the CIA and the FBI different organizations, that's where you kind of lose the point.
All right, so
they're all working for the. They're all together.
So Oswald worked for the CIA.
They're all the same organization. Yes,
Oswald was
for the
CIA
FBI too. He was also an FBI informant.
And he'd worked in Russia. He was a spy over there, from what I understand.
But they have record of him. He had defected or tried to defect to Russia in 1959.
Back and to the left.
Yeah,
back
and to the left.
Will we ever know? Will it be released in my lifetime? Like, I feel like
it was supposed to be released 75 years after Lyndon Johnson's death. His files. Now, I don't think anybody. I don't think you're ever gonna know from the source that you want to know from. The guilty parties aren't gonna say it was me. I did it. They're not going to do it. So it's just like you're not going to get a satisfactory conclusion to it. But you can look at all the evidence and, what's his face from Texas said, we already do know, what happened. We just have to be willing to look at the evidence.
Do you believe that his head wound was doctored with on Air Force One on the way back?
I'm open to anything that makes sense. I've also heard there's a really good documentary. It's 3 hours long. It's called JFK to 9/11. Everything is a rich man's trick. Horrible title. Great documentary, though. He talked about how J.D. Tippit, the cop, was actually a doppelganger for JFK. And that because they needed a corpse that had the right whatever
bullet trajectories.
Right, basically, yeah, it was that basically the guy that they buried was actually in Arlington Cemetery was J.D. Tippit, and that's why the president's brain is missing and all that shit. What it is that if any one of those things isn't true or is true, it's just there's too many coincidences that occur within, on that day in that circumstance that make it all like you can't just
just eat the official story. I mean, what I think happened is Oswald was probably a guy who let people into the Texas School Book Depository because he had a job there, but he didn't shoot anybody. He just let. I mean, there was one fingerprint found in the sniper's nest, and that was from Malcolm Mac Wallace. And Mac Wallace was a hitman for LBJ. He killed LBJ's sister for him. I mean, he was that. And they found his fingerprint on one of the boxes in the sniper's nest at the Texas School Book Depository. I just think that it was all interested parties. I think it was probably the people who had the most to lose financially from JFK's presidency who put it in motion, and then guys like Hoover and LBJ and Allen Dulles were more than willing to it put the act whatever, put it into effect for him.
My thing's always been that's some real fancy shooting for one guy to do. That's a lot going on there. With a real shitty
what was it?
Rifle there.
Anyone know?
It's like an Italian
Manlichter Carcano.
Yep.
It was the Italian. It was an Italian rifle that was used in World War II, and it was called the Italians used to joke and call it the humanitarian's gun because you could like walk right up to somebody and shoot them and it wouldn't hurt them. Like it was just so powerless. They also found a really good rifle up there on the 6th floor. It was a why am I losing the name of it? But they even announced it on the news early on, and in the like after it happened. But it was I'll look it up. But it was a really powerful. It was a for real rifle. And they just sort of mulled that over and said, no, we were wrong. It was a Manlichter Carcano. It's this one.
Does anyone here buy? I've got a conspiracy theory that I kind of buy, and it's the for 9/11.
Mm-hmm.
I think we might have shot down that Pennsylvania plane. The one had hit the Pentagon, 2 had hit the Twin Towers. Apparently they scrambled jets from DC that could have got there with plenty of time to be the shooter. The wreckage of it was spread out enough, whereas if it actually just crashed into the ground, it would all be in pretty much one spot. But there were like leaflets and shit that spread over the course of miles.
Broke up at altitude.
Yep. And I remember something about.
What do you think happened to Building 7?
I don't know. Like whenever I say Building 7's really suspicious, there's somebody who understands this stuff better than me that says it makes sense.
Oh man, come on! I mean, that's just. I mean,
for people that don't know,
think that office fires on the top floor would make it crumble like a controlled demolition. That's just, man, come on. We can't afford to all be like.
I don't know.
Just be like, oh well, you're a smart guy. You're a reasonable guy. You probably haven't spent the obsessive time that maybe somebody like me would. People say you're too smart of a guy to look at it and go that's and not think it's bullshit.
But there's a really good popular mechanics. The people who made Loose Change, those people, they had a debate on some forum or another where the editor-in-chief and some other dude from Popular Mechanics, like experts in civil engineering, debated the Loose Change people and all the little quips that the Loose Change people had of the fuel wouldn't burn hot enough to do this and this and this and this would have to happen, and why did it collapse in this formation and whatnot. And it was only like an hour and a half long thing maybe, but the Popular Mechanics guys, the civil engineers, they had answers to everything. Like they would be like, well, the reason for that is because of this principle, and this is why this happens, and you can see this executed here, and here as well.
A bunch of YouTubers have tested to see
if you looked into it, like those Popular Mechanics guys, I mean, they didn't answer a lot of questions. They didn't answer a lot of shit that. I mean, there's another documentary. Loose Change was very good, but there's another documentary called The New Pearl Harbor that's 5.5 hours long.
Jesus.
its entire purpose is to refute the debunkers from the Popular Mechanics article. The people who are, there's a 45-minute documentary of this guy did. It was just he was a scientist. It was like, who just did tests on the dust to find out what the explosive was that was used. And this guy he lost his career over it. Because he was vilified and fired by the university that he worked for. But these people don't have anything to gain by what they're telling you. Popular Mechanics does.
They might, but I just don't understand why the theatrics of it, when it just because easily could have been, the terrorists found their way into the building and planted these bombs to make it be a controlled demolition, but their control, and they did this and that. Like, why add all the loose potential threads?
They did that, right?
Planes?
They did that the first time.
Does it make sense for guys in a cave in Pakistan to have all of this sort of privileged access to the buildings when there was time in the weeks leading up to 9/11 when they did shut down all the security cameras, they shut down all the alarms, they shut down all the sensors, and it just so happens that the guy who the security company that was in charge of security for the World Trade Center was Bush's brother. His company. His company was in charge of the security. It's like JFK. There's too many coincidences, just too many for you to go. The official story. I know I wanted to believe it too, I guess, but.
I do.
Man,
I believe that the Jets took the two big things down. I can sort of see a world where, like, the top of the building
they crumble like that.
So the top of the building drops a story or two, right? Because the steel beams, they don't melt, but they weaken from the fire. The whole thing drops, and that sends a shock wave all the way from top to bottom that makes the thing fall. Like, I can kind of get on board with that.
An hour later?
Building 7, I don't understand. Well, yeah, it takes a while to weaken the beams, right?
But this is one jet. It's one jet.
But you saw the flame keep going.
That's built for. The engineers who designed the building said that this is impossible. Hundreds and hundreds of scientists have come out. Who refute it's just impossible for them to both. All three to crumble. They fell into their own footprint. At free fall speed. That means if you put the top of the buildings were massively heavy, if you took that 2,500 pound thing that you had today and put it on top of a styrofoam cups stack, it dropped like that. It dropped like
there's no resistance.
Like there's no resistance whatsoever. And
all right, so who's pulling the strings? Who's behind this global conspiracy to control us by operating these puppeted politicians, these marionettes, if you will, to enslave the human population for what goal? What
Lockheed Martin is doing it, perhaps, to
military-industrial complex. You're going back to the
sure. I think it's whoever has something to gain by what they've done.
Cheney had all those Hal Burton options.
It's no coincidence that
are these global forces or national forces?
There was a group. There was a think tank called the Project for a New American Century that was a right-wing Republican think tank that was in the late 90s, and they drew up all this shit that they wanted to put into effect. But they said that the odds of them being able to put that into effect were very slim, except for in the case of a new Pearl Harbor, quote, new Pearl Harbor. And it just so happens that they win a very controversial election in 2000, go into office in January 2001. This happens in September 2001. And then a month later, all of this legislation that's been drawn up for a long time gets to be put into effect, which is the Patriot Act, which takes away a lot of it takes away two of the 10 Bill of Rights. I mean, we illegal search and seizure. It's gone now. It's just, you know, habeas corpus and shit like that. It's gone, and it's because of this. And this shit doesn't happen because some pissed off Arabs got a hold of some planes. Some pissed off Arabs who, you know, of the 19 hijackers, like half of them have been found alive. They're not even. They didn't even do it. You know, those guys are. I mean, it's just we're just being taken for a ride by somebody. Do I know who? No, but there are. But you know what? That's because I don't have the memory for it. There's actually there's another documentary that actually names names and actually goes down the list of where they were, what they did, what they had to gain, and I wish I could tell you the name of it. It was, but go to YouTube. There's just there's a wealth of information about it. It's staggering. It really is. And I don't mean to be like a dick just to be a dick because I just want to believe conspiracies, because I don't. I just think that there's
are there any other?
There's a lot of shit at work that they're not, that they don't want you to think is at work.
Okay, so
Kennedy, real quick, what's the name of the 5.5 hour one?
The new Pearl Harbor. The new Pearl Harbor.
The Kennedy assassination, 9/11. Are there any other conspiracy theories, or maybe not a fear in your eyes? I
think it's look, it's research. It's people who are willing to go, okay, what about this? Ask questions. Well, Vietnam is. I mean, okay,
that
Vietnam
one I feel like is
Vietnam's very similar. The Gulf of Tonkin never happened. That's why we went to war in Vietnam, was because supposedly a Japanese submarine attacked a ship in the Gulf of Tonkin, and we're like, you know, they got the country to go, yeah, let's kill them.
Did we sink the Lusitania too?
Oh, right.
We sent it into those waters on purpose, though.
I've heard that.
I have no idea about that one.
I've heard that before, that we sort of sent we sent ships into danger, knowing that at one point or another they'd get one, and it would be just what we needed.
You got the German U-boats like cutting off England from any supplies, and then you send a fucking passenger ship right into the shipping lane.
And then I heard the Lusitania did have stuff on it, like military supplies.
Well, okay,
like we
Operation
were
Northwoods.
doing what they said.
There's look up Operation Northwoods on a Google search, and you'll find it was a plan by the U.S. government during the Kennedy administration, and Kennedy was the only reason that it got shut down. It was a plan to basically do what they did on 9/11, which was they wanted to invade Cuba. So they concocted this plan to take passenger jetliners and replace them with military drones and attack U.S. targets, so that people would think that it was Cuba coming after them, and in reality it was America coming after itself, so America could invade Cuba.
I didn't know about Operation Northwoods, but there's a Wikipedia page on it, and
it's been declassified. It's real shit.
I've got a lot of Googling to do.
And I don't, like I said, I don't mean to just be like, you know, I want to be spiteful.
No,
because
this is fun.
and it is. It's really interesting, and it's fucking. I'm always just trying to find new shit, because it is. It's almost like a living soap opera, because it's interesting.
Don't you think Bernie Sanders wouldn't do this, and Trump and Clinton both would?
I think they all would when they're shown the secret room.
I think John F. Kennedy wouldn't do it. John F. Kennedy wouldn't do it, and
apparently not.
He was rich enough to refuse, you know, bribes or whatever. They couldn't buy him. They couldn't buy his brother.
And brave enough.
They just did away with him. They just killed him.
I mean, the guy had been in war. The guy's ship was sunk. He like swam back home or something ridiculous like that. Saved some other dude.
PG 109. He was like the. I guess he was captain of that ship. There's a lot of. there's a lot. There could have been some embellishment on that story.
I've heard some of the details were romanticized.
Sure.
Having said that,
his dad did a lot with that. His dad was a rich guy, and his dad did a lot to get his son into office.
There's some core stuff in there that everybody agrees, which is like the boat really was sank. He really did have to swim for quite some time, and it was a scary thing that might have made him look at some threat from the mafia in a different way. Like, the mafia, dude, I've seen some shit.
He was he kind of was almost like Tupac, where he knew he was going to die young. And so he was like his favorite poem was Rendezvous with Death. He just kind of knew he'd been sick. He had Addison's disease. He was in pain every day. So he knew something was coming at some point. He knew he was a marked man. There was actually a plot in Miami, I think 3 or 4 days before he got shot in Dallas, that got shut down.
That's why he lived every day like it was his last.
Yeah.
Yes.
Little Marilyn Monroe reference.
He actually
terrible life advice.
He actually had a conscience. I mean, he delivered a speech. It was like this.
Not when it came to women.
He delivered a speech at of course, but his wife also was, I didn't see she's okay with it. She just looked the other way. But he delivered a speech at American University where it was just you could see that he had just come around to the idea of peace, and like we shouldn't be into this arms race. We should be in a peace race, and it was a really, really powerful speech, and it's like you can tell that did him in. It was like him wanting to work against people who made money off of war, and there's people who put money in. They invest in both sides. It's been going on since World War One. Stock people, fucking Henry Ford, guys like that who just fund both sides, and it's like, whichever one comes out, I come out ahead either way, and those are puppet masters. Those are people who are just at the top. And
how do you become a puppet master? I'd like to apply for that gig. It seems like you wind up just fine. Can I invest somehow in both Syria? No, I'm sorry.
Nobody's fucking with you.
Turkey and Russia.
If you're a puppet master, it's if that's your job description, you're living well. Because nobody's gonna fuck with you.
Can we all agree that we've been to the moon?
Nah.
No.
You know what? I've heard differing stories. In some ways, I believe that we have, and it's different from the story they gave us. And then I also believe that, it's possible that we haven't, and they staged the whole thing. I don't know. I don't trust the official story about anything.
I wish that they could get the telescope technology good enough that you could see it.
It is.
It is good enough. There's pictures online.
Oh, mine's not good enough anyway.
Telescope.
There's ones that
I have a decent telescope. I mean, it was literally hundreds of dollars.
See, there's actually people who seem to. I mean, they feel like they have evidence that basically the moon isn't the barren rock that they've made it out to be. That it's actually it's like a little Earth almost. Like where it's got water, it's got grass, it's got an atmosphere, and it just
Really? Because
that's just.
I don't think that's true, and I'll tell you why.
That it's a little Earth up there.
I feel like if you had,
I'm with you on a lot of these.
I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying
I feel like
my telescope's not worth hundreds of dollars, but I have a $3,000 rifle scope, and I can see the fucking craters.
Yeah,
people up there.
Yeah, my telescope is
or
good.
Atmosphere.
It's a Celestron.
I don't know.
It's a Celestron 5.
I want to read about
that.
Like, what's the theory that it
has? There's a it was a documentary on YouTube that I want to say was about an hour long, and it was about basically it was just like saying that almost like the sort of the puppet masters, the power elite, are keeping the moon as almost their separate safe haven to go to like another planet that they can use up because we're fucking this one up, and they don't want to tell anybody about it because they don't want to get crowded.
I think that one might be false.
It could be.
I want to get crowded. Like I'm just going to show up with my spaceship with all the kids.
But they make a good case.
But I can see it from my yard.
But the thing is why believe the official story any more than that one?
Because here's the thing. If what you're suggesting would require one of three things. Either the base is on the dark side of the moon, it's underground, or what we've been looking at for all these years is some sort of hologram technology. But we've been looking at people have been like drawing the fucking moon for like hundreds of years, so like that one's out. And the dark side of the moon will be all dark and cold, and I just
dark
don't think
side of the moon. You're basing your evidence on the dark side of the moon on what?
What evidence?
I mean, what do you know about the dark side of the moon?
I know that it would have to be cold there.
Forgive me for being stupid. Does the same side of the moon always face us?
But all of your evidence on the moon has been given to you by essentially one source.
But I can see the light side of the moon.
It looks light up there. I mean, it does, but it's. I don't know. I'm not a scientist, so I don't know.
Yeah, but there's a lot of scientists out there who, like, I would say they're pretty set in their ways. Like, there's no way that every astronomer out there is. They're like, hey, you just keep peddling this, that other side of the moon. It's a fucking fantasy land over there. It's crazy. Like, we already have a second Playboy Mansion built up there. It's going to be great. You guys all get a spot.
Moon
just
pussy.
Make sure that all that you tweet about is how great weed is and stuff, and don't mention anything about the moon. Like, if it looks like a moon and smells like a moon and has for hundreds of thousands of years,
I think it's more like
that's too big of a conspiracy.
Maybe I've gone further down the rabbit hole than I need to. But I'll say this: this is one train of thought that I thought was very interesting. Was all of this shit does sound crazy? It just does. It sound because most people, we just want to get along, man. You just want to, get through the day. You want to, eat well. Find somebody to love and be. You just want to get through life. You don't want to fuck with anybody. You don't want to be fucked with. And all of it sounds crazy to the average normal person. But the people who are doing these things are fucking insane. I mean, they're out of their minds.
I don't think that any of it sounds super, super crazy until the moon thing. Like, the rest of it is like, there's enough people out there, that like they're.
Yeah, I'm with Taylor on that actually. So like Building 7, right? I don't know why. Like these buildings are stone and glass or cement and glass, and then the flames somehow jumped across the street and made it burn straight down. It just defies my uneducated logic. JFK and the magic bullet and this and that and the bad gun. There's enough questions there that I think, well, maybe.
My biggest question with that one is, hey, that shot's real hard to make. Like you're telling me one guy did all that shooting when it seems like it makes a lot more sense if you place at least one more shooter either on that grassy knoll area or maybe in a drainage thing or in a different building or in the same building right next to shooter one.
A thing that I spend a lot of attention to, a thing I spend a lot of attention to in all aspects of life and business and whatever is I look at motives, and there are so many motives for the JFK thing, like whether it be like a Cuba thing or a mafia thing or whatever.
He wanted to end the federal, the Fed.
Sir?
He wanted to get rid of the Fed.
Yes. So, like, there's so many motives out there. Like, the JFK thing, maybe. The 9/11 thing, I don't know, especially Building 7. What was the other one? Oh, Vietnam. Vietnam one's actually, the Pennsylvania flight thing, like, the timing all works on that. Even if 9/11 was everything they told us it was, attackers from the Middle East and more, we could have still shot down the Pennsylvania thing as a legitimate self-defense measure and just not wanted the political repercussions of making a hard call like that. And then, but the moon thing, you're on your own there. That one's
and I understand that. And I mean, if you ever get, because I believed that we landed on the moon myself up until maybe a year ago.
What happened to you?
I just started going down the rabbit hole, just looking at stuff like whether it started with JFK. I was a JFK buff at first, and then it went JFK and 9/11 and the moon and fucking Watergate, and it's like, holy shit, this world's fucked up, and it really does. It kind of it brings down a lot of your images, but it's interesting, and for somebody who just, I've gotten to a point where I'm aggressively pursuing knowledge, just because I like to know about the world I'm in, and I love history, and I love to trace things back to origin.
You need to find a way to harness your celebrity. Get in on one of those White House, what do they have? What the press dinner? You need to get in there, and you need to just get a sharp thing and just get Obama and be like, tell me.
He doesn't
Make him
know
talk.
shit.
He might.
Yeah. Comedian John Caparulo tragically falls downstairs at White House.
It'll be less believable. Falls upstairs.
Shouting, the moon's not real.
Do we know where Dick Cheney's hanging out these days? Maybe in some sort of sulfurous volcano or something like that? Because he probably knows. I mean...
Yeah.
Here's a better question that I didn't think I would be asking, but which one have you researched of all these theories that you researched it and then you found out, like, not of the ones we've included, but you just came to the conclusion of, okay, this is not a conspiracy. This is actually what they reported. Like, anything like that that's jumped out at you?
None of it. It's like it really, it's all
plausible.
It's like, yeah, it's like, okay, we're all kind of just given a set of facts. Like, you have this TV or whatever, your newspapers, whatever, that sort of control the information that comes into you. And they, you base your opinion on those events based on that. Now, if those institutions are controlled by the same people, which they largely are, then you have reason to suspect, why would they do that? Well, would they have something to gain by doing that? And like I said, I don't claim to know. It's like the whole God thing. I don't claim to know what happened in any of these things, but I do think that the official versions are bullshit, and I don't trust the people giving them to us anymore.
I think it's not, for a lot of these, it's not like everything they give you is horse shit and it's all the other way. Like, I think there's quite a bit of, if these conspiracy theories are even, calling them conspiracy theories, already puts an aura of, like, craziness on it,
Yeah.
Kind of like an othering. But there is, like, a gray area, I think, where it's like, with 9/11, like, there was some suspicious stuff on that for sure, which is why it's been such a big deal with the conspiracy theory people. But it's not, I don't think that everything would be false. Like, the best way to lie to people is truth and then a little bit of lie. Like a full-fledged lie, you're not going to convince as many people as, like, leading them along with truths and then you sneak something in at the end, Like, it just seems like if they were trying to trick you, they would include a lot of truth there to lead you up to it and then accept it,
I feel like...
And I don't mean to be on a soapbox about any of this. I'm sorry to cut you off. I think you guys are three, I mean, from what I've gained over the past 4 hours, you guys are intelligent guys. So if you ever decide that you want to take the time to look at this stuff, I think you draw your own conclusions. But I don't think you would think that way if you really said, okay, I'm gonna get into this shit.
That is possible.
Here's the thing.
Yeah.
So I think you on 9/11 and JFK. I think I think there's something there with 9/11. Something, I don't know what, but something doesn't smell right. The JFK thing, I think there's definitely something bad
I'm
that
with you
happened
there.
The moon, we definitely landed on, although we had plenty of reasons to fake it. And I watched this whole documentary about how they would have gotten what's his name that did A Clockwork Orange in 2000.
Stanley
Kubrick to fake it. And I've watched all that shit. And I believe Stanley Kubrick probably could have pulled it off pretty well, but I don't think he did. I don't believe Bigfoot or the Loch Ness Monster, any of that shit. But But when it comes to big governments or those in power, perhaps manipulating the public, we've seen time and time again when we do get to see a little peek behind the curtain that they are up to shit like that. False flag operations have been going on. I mean, the Nazi Party was started with a false flag operation. They set a fire in the Reichstag. They blamed it on fucking communists, and that was a key moment in the rise of the Nazi power.
Operation Paperclip. You ever hear that?
I have heard that, yeah.
Yeah, that's how we started the CIA and NASA, which was after World War II. There were members of the Nazi Party that the U.S. conveniently changed their file from Nazi to not Nazi.
Totally. I mean, we needed those V2 rocket technology.
Scientists and also intelligence experts. And those intelligence experts started the CIA. It used to be the OSS before World War II. They started the CIA under Truman. And so the CIA was started by Nazis. So, or with the help largely of Nazis. So you have every reason to suspect that the same lineage is, affecting our world now. It could be.
One of the things I've been trying to get in, I feel like the Iraq War, the second one in particular, was started on a lie. And, the whole weapons of mass destruction, the fact that, oh, my bad, we just had some faulty intelligence. We really thought there were weapons of mass destruction when we had no evidence, zero. And I can prove that we had zero evidence because there were no weapons of mass destruction. There wouldn't be evidence if there. And the other thing is that kind of lends credence to it is now it's just generally accepted and known and admitted by the government that Vietnam was started on a lie. That how is it pronounced? Gulf of Tonkin?
Gulf of Tonkin.
Tonkin. Yeah.
Gulf of Tonkin.
They said that so people don't know that what the impetus to really get into Vietnam and make it a war was they shot down. They sunk one of our ships, but that actually is a completely fictionary event based on nothing, and tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people died over that, and it's crazy to think that we would only do that once. That the idea that we could have done in Iraq, like oh no, but it's unfathomable that we did it 10 years ago. I think is naive.
I don't recall how many Vietnamese we killed, but it seems like 50-something thousand U.S.
It was
50-some
thousand Americans, but it was like in the they estimate could be in the millions for Vietnamese. Yeah,
killed a lot of them.
A lot of Vietnamese people.
It's a lot of death, all started on a lie.
Right.
Democracy is non-negotiable.
and it's just. It's one of those things. It's like instead of watching Game of Thrones, instead of watching tits and dragons, I've started watching conspiracy shit, and I think that you guys are just as capable of drawing your own conclusions very intelligently, just like I have. And
I hear you.
I never want to preach to anybody and tell them this is how it is, because look, man, your world is your world. But I watched too much.
I like
too
hearing
far
about
down
this
the rabbit hole.
We need
too many things that I'm like, that could be.
We need a Tits and Dragons.
Yeah.
We need a Tits and Dragons TV T-shirt. Let us know in the comments box. Would you buy a Tits and Dragons T-shirt?
I like Tits and Dragons.
Would you buy 2 Tits and Dragons? Yeah. I like the conspiracy theory stuff. It's just, I don't know. It's almost like cognitive dissonance, because like if I watch one video like on YouTube that's about it, and it's like convincing me one way on it, I'm like, oh my god, I am so there. You know what? These bastards, and then it'll be like debunking the title of this video, and I'm like, okay, well, I'll go here.
I've done that.
And I'm like, well, those other bastards were trying to trick me. And
I watched 3 JFK documentaries in a row, and like after the first one, I was like, those sons of bitches. And then the second one came on, and I was like, it wasn't those sons of bitches after all. It was the other sons of bitches. And I watched the third one, and it was like, oh, so it's just Lee Harvey Oswald. Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. I don't even think that's controversial. I think most people don't think it was just Lee Harvey Oswald.
That's the scary thing. I remember on the 50th anniversary in 2013, I remember I flipped the TV on in a hotel room, and it was CNN And not only the reporters on CNN were basically pushing the official story, like still saying, well, there's been no evidence that's come out that actually refutes the official story. And there has, but there isn't any official evidence. Like, no, the FBI won't say that there's evidence. They just still go, no, it happened this way, one gun from the Texas School Book Depository from the 6th floor. And it's just, there's not officially accepted evidence by the people who would be incriminating themselves by accepting that evidence. So you can't go by their evidence. But I was shocked to, like, it seems to have really, over the past 20 so years since JFK, the movie came out, they've gradually eaten into that number, like, of where, like, it used to be like 75-80% of Americans believe that there's a conspiracy, and now it's down to like 60. I mean, it's they've done a decent job of eating into it, hemming back the whole conspiracy belief.
Think of other conspiracies.
I wait. Here's, you know what?
Penny.
Speaking of your guns, the mass shootings, recently. Like, if you looked at the stuff like Sandy Hook and what is it? Sandy Hook, the guy at the movie theater.
Yeah.
The Joker guy.
Mm-hmm.
Colorado.
I haven't really looked into those ones too much, but, you know, like I said, after you read or watch so much, you can get to the point where it's like, okay, you know what? I'm willing to listen to any theory. That's why I'm willing to listen to anybody who says we didn't land on the moon. I'm willing to listen to anybody who says we did, but this is how it is. Because I just think that it's quite possible that any of those things could be true.
Yeah,
I feel like it's going to be harder and harder to pull that shit off, though, now with the internet and so many detectives out there sleuthing about, like, even if it's a seemingly straightforward story, they'll try and find gaps in it, even if they may or may not actually exist.
Edward Snowdens of this world would expose it.
Well, yeah, but look at Edward Snowden gave up his life, though. Edward Snowden's...
Not if Bernie gets elected.
Well, that's what Bernie... See, the thing is, though, if you look back and see what Barack said before he got elected, though, and what he did...
Do you remember?
He said he was going to pull us out of Iraq. He said he was going to pull... We're going to end that war.
Shut down Guantanamo.
In particular, I remember the... how he was going to shine a light on this stuff. How he wanted a really transparent government.
Yep.
And then once he became government, it was like, you motherfucking whistleblower. Your life is mine.
And this whole thing with monitoring all of our phone calls and our text messages and this, they just he's at the top of that, or supposedly, he's the president, and it's on his watch that all this shit's going down. So he didn't talk like that when he was trying to get elected. No. So that's why Bernie Sanders is like, I don't know.
I mean, if you weren't on a list after this airs, you definitely will be for all of your opinions here. See?
Oh, goody.
Can you request your list? I'd like to see my list. I want to see what they know about me.
Their
You're just on every pedophile really finder.
Yeah, right. They're worried about that first, so yeah. Yeah, well.
Yeah, if anything, that's what they're watching you for. They're just making sure you're not diddling any more kids.
Why wouldn't you? Yeah, I mean,
better safe than sorry.
Any more kids?
Any more kids?
She totally looked 15. She could pass for 15. I don't know why you guys are fussing at me.
She totally looked 15. She was 12, but she totally looked 15.
God.
She was giving me that look like she needed some lunch money.
I can't imagine those guys who do, like, you imagine
that boy was starting to develop.
But I mean, when you talk about pedophiles, it's like the actual what actually drives those guys to do that, to actually, I'd be nervous to shoplift, You know what I mean? Like, to actually do that, to go through with that sort of awfulness, they gotta be really, I mean, they gotta be dying to do.
It must be
shit.
good, right? Is that what you're getting to?
Like
some boy ass must.
I mean,
really
I
they're
wondered
willing to go through all that.
Are there pedophiles out there with no game?
You get
know,
your
who
hands on that boy ass
get
first, and you're like, I've had women across the
you know what I mean?
Old women, young women.
Yeah,
You come
fat
here
women,
often?
skinny women.
Yeah, every day between 8:30 and 3. Yeah.
Shit. All I did was, we just talked.
Yeah. Well, look at her prancing around in her light-up sneakers like she's the shit.
What was I supposed to do?
Boy ass must
seen
be
there's a
awesome.
documentary
I
on
have to
Nambla?
ask my local clergyman just how great it is.
Oh. There's a doc on
a-
Nambla where they like interview these pedophiles. It's like it was a community of them, and these guys like they have themselves convinced. They're like, well, I was sitting there with her or with him, and you know he was naturally curious. These boys are curious about these things, and I could tell he was flirting with me, and so I flirted with him. And it's like, what the fuck world are you living in? Like these people are so deluded that they think that these little boys are actively flirting with them. So they're not even like thinking in their head that they're being fucked
think
up.
They're dating.
They think that it's a relationship.
Yeah,
it is so creepy.
I guess Nambla started it in Northeast, like around Boston, and then went from there, obviously. I saw there was a documentary. It was called "Have You Seen Andy?" and it was about this kid who got abducted, and they saw him again in the 70s. And the woman who did the film did a lot of research into it, and found that the origins of Nambla had happened around there, and she had like tapes of like the stuff that these guys said, like, cause what they did is they helped each other out, essentially. They passed information and helped each other, sort of ambush kids and things like that. It was a really demented, just sick world.
So regular PKA listeners have heard the story 100 times, but fast forward for John. When I was 12, there was this pedo who he used to play pool with me. And he just always like it was at an arcade, so it cost like $1 or whatever it did. He put the quarters in, and he'd always pay. And I call him a pedo because at one point he told me he had this awesome stereo system, and that I should get in his car, and he would take me back to his apartment and show me his great stereo. And it was like the perfect thing to say. He was really slick about it, and I actually seriously contemplated it because. Home audio systems were like my thing at the time. I don't know if that's true for every teenager, but at the time it would have been an easy guess, or preteen. Anyway, I look back and like following Taylor's story. Did I lead that poor guy on? As he played pool with me and I expressed a real interest, and he's like I know one trick shot that like bounces off 4 things if you hit it just off center of the dot, and as he taught me how to play pool and all the jokes that I thought he was really funny. He was pretty charming, right?
Ooh, Woody, you're looking tense today.
That's what I'm saying. He had game. And,
he had game, yeah. Like he was the coolest guy I knew. Pedophile, but like he just his cool stereo system. He had money for days. Like he could afford. He had all the quarters I could dream of. That was the kind of wealth he had. And he was better. He was good at pool, and he would show me like how to play and how to line up the balls and stuff like that. And now I look back and I'm I totally led that fucker on. I reciprocated his love until I
frustrated now.
Wouldn't get in his car.
He's going back to Nambla. This little cock tease. Let me tell you about this Woody motherfucker. Right.
I mean, his name was Woody. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
You're killing me, kid.
I've been rubbing my boner against this chick's butt for weeks teaching him pool. He didn't even notice.
I bought him $10 worth of pogs, and he walked right out of there like he didn't owe me anything.
The gall.
Yeah. I now I feel like I cock teased that poor
maybe
guy.
you owe him something.
God knows what he did after you got him all worked up. You probably caused a whole string of like boy skinnings or
be
something
like,
in the
George,
Northeast corridor.
Call me.
Yeah.
You're all too old now, Woody.
White skin lamps at a Goodwill.
I don't know if he's still around and still trying to be a pedophile. Maybe he's trying to, stay up on gaming culture and, everything.
Maybe he's watching.
Yeah, maybe he's watching.
Season pass of Black Ops 3.
My favorite Herbert moment. That's a good one. And but my favorite Herbert moment is Chris is walking by and he's just like, "Dear God, please, just let me smell his hat. Let me smell it. That's all I want." And the hat blows off Chris's head and he grabs it and he goes, "Now I want more." It's so creepy.
My favorite is still, what's going on in my pants? Looks like 6 more weeks of winter. That was it's so fun. That's what's so brilliant with that show is they make a pedophile actually likable and funny in some way. Like you can laugh at him. It's a brilliant show. I love that show.
Should we call it a
show there?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, man. I was gonna say how long
we're all running on empty. All right. That was PKA.
I got more conspiracies probably, but I'm at this point. So
yeah, next time.
Next time, with John Caparulo, we'll go over the Loch Ness monster, the
Indomitable Snowman.
The abominable snowman.
Yeah.
He's like, don't get me started on that fucking snowman.
Don't start.
CIA.
I got shit on that. Hold on.
Walrusman program. They're going under the ice after the commies.
Let me go through my files. Hold on.
I've heard that he guards the dark side of the moon.
John, you got anything coming up you want to pimp?
Oh, let's see here. Actually, just check out Caplets. I've been doing a new stand-up every 30 days for the past, I guess it's been 2 years now. It's on YouTube, youtube.com/Caparulo Caplets.
Okay.
That's what my wife told me. She pinned it to my shirt. So yeah, if you can spell Caparulo, you're good. And I'm going to be in Lexington, Kentucky next week, and then Tempe, Arizona, the 17th through the 20th of December. So check it out. Check out Caplets. I actually have a body of work there. It's actually respectable.
Nice.
Yeah.
And check out
People
Credit
definitely
Karma
will.
and AppWin. Links in the description along with Caplet. And thanks, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the show.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks for coming, man.
Yeah.
Take care, brother.